Hello! Hello, hello, hello. Good morning, chat. Rito, thank you for that 22 months of subbage. Hello. Hello, Ajax. Hello, Bez. Hi, Afro. Hello, 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 hello. How is everybody? If it sounds like I'm not by my bike, it's because I'm not. Hey. Hi. I'm still not here. Give me 2 seconds. I needed to be at my computer to do things. If the sound quality is shit today, I apologize in advance. Because, you know, certain things were necessary to make this stream happen. Hello. Hello. Oh god, I have to be all the way over here for you to see me. Maybe we can scooch closer to the thing. That's still not great. Hi. Hello. I have you over here on my phone. How is everybody? How's your morning? Can you hear me from here? I'm trying to see if the captions are picking me up, which they appear to be. Maybe, maybe not. The captions might also be really behind. I can't tell. Yes, you can hear me? Cool. Great. We're gonna rotate my little planting mat here and just... I'm gonna scooch closer. Hi. Alright, so today, it's the first day of spring. And every year it's sort of a thing that I do on the first day of spring where I work on like some plant maintenance. I have like 30 different plants, mostly tropicals, and today that just happened to fall on a stream day. So, you know, we're here, we're doing this. We are gonna do some plant things. The setup is kind of shitty. Typically I would do this. I have a Sony Handycam that I would set up and use that, but my Handycam won't turn on today, so that's not an option. So I have my webcam literally balancing on top of my mic stand, and we're rolling with it. We're doing the best with what we've got. So first off, how's everybody's Tuesday? How's everybody's Tuesday? How's your day going? How's life? How's your week starting off? How's all of that? You good? I hope you're good. Man, the captions are so behind. Are the captions behind, like, on stream, or is it just my preview of the captions that's behind? It goes? I'm sorry that it just goes. Like, I don't think I'm talking that quickly today, but apparently the captions disagree. I don't know what plant we're starting with. They're very behind. Captions, get your shit together. Oh, it looks like they caught up. Okay, alright. We seem to be good. You think you need food? You probably need food. You should get food. Chat, pick a number between 1 and 8. That's fair, Ajax. I hope your meeting goes well. So 2 7s. Okay, I guess we're going with number 7. Which is the ZZ plant. I forget what the scientific name for this plant is, but it's known as a ZZ plant. It grows in like Africa natively, I think. I call it Zendaya. This plant really doesn't need a lot of maintenance. I just want to check on its roots and make sure they're looking good. I've just replanted this last year. It could use a little bit of a re-up on some soil. You can see, maybe, I don't, because the cam's not great. I don't know how well you can see. I also can't necessarily get a good shot. There's like little things that look like potatoes here. Those are the rhizomes. Which basically, they store the water for the plant. It honestly, I almost could size up this pot because it's pushing on the sides a little bit. But for today, we're just gonna give it a little bit of extra dirt, I think, and go from there. So let's pop it out here. Let's see how we're looking. I might change my mind. This might be a full repot. Yeah, plant water store. Well, for this plant specifically. Not all plants store their water in their balls. So, okay. Let's just knock some of this off. This actually, I need to go up a size. It needs a bigger pot. So, I can show you guys. That's what its roots look like. So the fact that, like, its roots were so squished in here, this isn't a plant that does great with being smushed in a pot. It's sort of a crawling plant. It would do better in, like, a rectangular, like, trough pot. I don't have that for it. I do have extra pots, though. I just wasn't prepared with them because I specifically grabbed these plants first because they were going to be easier. Hi, Tevin. How are you? So I guess now I'm just gonna loosen up the roots a bit, see where we're at, grab a different pot that I don't think is clean. I might have a clean pot. Yeah, all the roots look really healthy. It doesn't look like there's any issues with this guy. It did slow down a lot with growth, so it makes sense. It didn't really have space in the pot to grow. So I should, like, immediately see some, like, massive sizing up. I'm doing pretty good. We're just here working on repotting some plants. Like I said, this wasn't supposed to be a repot to start off with, but, you know, that's how it goes sometimes. I'm just trying to get rid of some of the moss that's in here, because moss can hold on to water a little bit too much, so if it's wrapped around the roots, it's not great for the roots. This isn't a plant that needs a lot of water, so it's more susceptible to, like, root rot and stuff. Also, I asked earlier if you guys could hear me, but I don't know if I apologized for the audio quality today. I turned off my noise gate so that you could properly hear me. So yeah, you're gonna hear some background noise here and there. Alright, so these are the roots of this bad boy. As you can see, like, they're relatively shallow growers. This one just was growing down a lot because it didn't have the space to grow. So, I wasn't ready for this. Okay, chat, my real tip for plant care is if you don't want to put in effort, just don't check on your plants. Hi, Lucky. How are you? These are some really healthy roots, though. I'm really happy that this plant is doing well because this is probably one of my heavier neglected plants. This is a plant, if you are somebody who wants plants but are bad at, like, remembering to do things like water them, this is going to be a very forgiving plant for you. Like I said, it stores all of its water in its rhizomes. So like, I water this once a month at best, sometimes once every like 2 months. I'll have to be a little bit more on top of it with the weather getting warmer, but overall, it's never gonna hold it against me that I forgot. Okay, let me see if I have a pot real quick. Chet, always be prepared. Don't be like me. So, in general, with plants, right, you really only want to size up like an inch or two, which I guess technically, Flo, hello, thank you for that 19 months, I appreciate you. This one is technically only like 2 inches larger. It's just, this feels like a really large size up for this plant, and it concerns me. Because if you size up too quickly, especially with a plant that doesn't need a lot of like water and stuff, it can increase the chance of like root rot and just murdering the plant, which obviously is not our goal here. But I think if I just set it a little bit lower in the pot, it's gonna be okay. I think. So, this was repotted like not even 2 years ago. So I think I can just reuse most of the soil that I have here. But I'm going to obviously need to add more because it's a bigger pot. So I'm gonna grab something. Hold on. So for this one, I'm gonna go with an orchid mix. I don't know where to sit for the camera. This whole setup is such a mess. Where are my scissors? My scissors are back there. Alright. Always test your tech the night before you're about to do things, chat. Because even if they've worked before, doesn't mean they're gonna work today. Chop, chop. Okay. So, we've got an orchid mix here. The reason I'm going with an orchid mix is that this is mostly gonna be like bark, like wood bark, some perlite, which is basically limestone, and it's gonna be a lot airier. This plant, the ZZ plant, just prefers airier soil. It doesn't, like I said, it doesn't need something that holds on to a bunch of water. So it's gonna be happier in something that isn't holding water, which this should fit the bill. My initial plan was, hi Titan Wolf, how are you? My initial plan was to just fertilize this, but because I'm adding new soil, it shouldn't need fertilizer for the first month or so. That's always a really important thing. If you're repotting plants, if you're putting them in new soil, don't fertilize them. You're realistically going to give them too many nutrients and they're going to burn out. Yeah, plant knowledge. We're doing a plant repot. Well, okay. We're doing a plant maintenance stream. There's some repotting involved. Apparently more than I realized, because I wasn't planning on repotting the plant that we're currently repotting. But, you know, things happen. So because the roots had shaped themselves relatively well to the pot that this was in, I'm just going to plop this in here and put soil around it to sort of give us the space to just plop the ZZ plant in. It'll also give me a good idea if I need to mix up more soil. Ugh. Also, you guys get to hear all of the sounds of the soil because, again, we don't have a noise gate today, so that you guys can actually hear me while I'm talking down at the ground. At the soil that I'm putting in the pot. Okay. I'm definitely going to need more in here. Okay. Alright. Alright. Luckily, what's nice, I have a little planting mat. You guys can't really see it. Let me pull it into frame a little bit. At an ASMR tag, yeah. I have a little planting mat that's like holding most of the dirt that's just flying all around, but also I have a tile floor, so any like spillage is gonna be pretty easy to clean up, thankfully. Okay. So, I need more soil. I'm also gonna dump the soil. I have concerns. I have concerns that I am not going to have enough of the supplemental things that I need. But we'll find out. We'll see. It'll probably be fine. Everything's gonna turn out fine. So, what we have now is, I can't show it to you very well. I also don't know if you can see it. There's just like a little divot there for the plant to go in. We're just gonna plop this guy in. And then fill out the rest of the dirt in here. It's feeling a little bit under supported on the one side. I could like tilt the camera down a bit more at the planting mat, but then you guys can't see my face ever. So really it's up to you. Do you want to see plants or do you want to see my face? Because I mean, I'm going to show you the plants over the process of doing this. What I'm going to do here, because I have a bunch of dirt just sitting in the mat. Pick this up. Just shimmy this on into the pot. It's not going to shimmy properly, that's fine. Okay, good enough. Hi, Axel. I just really want to make sure that this is nice and settled into the pot. Make sure that the roots are nice and settled. So we're just giving the pot a few little smacks. Just smacking it a little. And then I'm just gonna pour this in here to fill out the rest of what I need. And now that this has a bunch of room to spread out. I should see a ton of new growth over the next month or so. Again, this wasn't necessarily one that I was planning on repotting today, but it needed it. So sometimes life just throws you a curveball. Also, if you do get a ZZ plant, just know that their leaves are mildly poisonous. So don't put it in your mouth. They can be a little irritating to the skin if one of the leaves breaks open. It looks a lot less like dense than it did before. It's spread out a little bit because it's got more room. But as it grows, it'll fill in and it should look fine. So, plant 1, Dunzo. She's Dunarino. Look at how pretty she is. Zendaya. The master of the red carpet. Okay. Chat, pick a number 1 through 7. I got 4.5 and 4, so we're gonna go with 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4. That is going to be this guy. So this is a Hoya publicalis silver pink. It's called that. I actually don't know if it has any pink showing right now. A little bit on this leaf. I don't know if you can really see that. It's called the silver pink because it gets silver and pink variegation. This one has a new little leaf growing right up there at the top. This has been... I love the way that Hoyas look. I hate how they grow because it's such a painfully slow process. This one also needs a watering. So with a lot of plants, especially ones that have firmer leaves, like this one, the leaves are really firm. You can do what's essentially, it's often referred to as the taco test, where if you can bend the leaf like a taco, it means that it needs water. Our main, my water's all the way over there. Streamer doesn't have water. Our main goal with this one is to get it some fertilizer. It doesn't need a repot. I just repotted it in August. This one is just basic maintenance. I don't think it doesn't look like it has anything that's dying. Something to note with Hoyas, if you ever decide to get one yourself, they can grow as just trailing plants that, you just let flop out of the pot. But they are technically climbing plants, and they very specifically only climb counterclockwise. So if I had wrapped this vine around the other way, it wouldn't be putting out growth. They're weird little guys. They frustrate me, but I also appreciate them. I just wish that it would grow faster. That's really all that I want, is I just want it to grow faster. So, where is my fertilizer? Here it is. And I need something to scoop it. I got a little bag of things. Okay. So, see, this goes by plant height. Okay, no it doesn't. It says 2 tablespoons per gallon of soil. There is definitely not even this is maybe what, 1/4 of a gallon? What's 1/4 of 2 tablespoons? 2 tablespoons, so that's going to be 2 teaspoons. We want 2 teaspoons of fertilizer for this. We're just going to plop it in there. Again, ASMR stream today, you guys get the jangling of all of these measuring spoons. This is half a teaspoon. Do I have a full teaspoon? No, I only have half teaspoons. Okay, whatever. I think my full tablespoon is probably... And yeah, unfortunately, plant care does occasionally require math. Lightly scratch top inch of soil and water thoroughly. So we are going to almost drop the plant over. We're just gonna shoop around the top bit of soil to loosen it up for the fertilizer. There's honestly not a lot of space in this pot. So the there's not a lot of room for me to move around the soil. The soil is also really, really chunky. Yeah, it's a bolt. Bolt, come here. Come here. Say hello to chat. Hi. Am I in the way of your water? Is that the problem? Is your water over here and there's plants in the way? There you go. Okay. Chopping open the fertilizer. Since we're just like finishing up winter, the plants haven't been fertilized in forever. You don't want to fertilize your plants over winter. It's just, they don't need it, and so they're more likely to like deal with problems like fertilizer burn, shit like that. That just, you know, it isn't great for them. Okay, we're just sprinkling some of this fertilizer over the top of the soil here. Okay. Now, I need to water this. Much like Bolt just watered himself. I did not grab the bowl that I used for watering. Bolt, can you give me a bowl? What do you think, sir? You want to give me a bowl? Do you want to give me a bowl? No? Nothing? Am I doing things that are weird to you? Yeah? You're not into plant maintenance days? Good boy. Alright. So, I need to grab 2 things. I'm grabbing my bowl that's over there. I also need to grab my watering can, which is over here. What? Look at it. What are you sniffing at? There's nothing on the counter. What are you doing? Alright, that should be enough water for now. Hey, not that way. Not that way. Okay. What? Not that way. That way. Go that way. Stop. Leave my plants alone. Why are you being crazy? Are you a good boy? Yeah? Are you a good boy? Oh my good boy. Hey. Bolt, leave it. Leave it. Leave it. Leave it. Leave it. So the fertilizer is now in the mat. There is probably something that smells like fish in this fertilizer. Bolt generally leaves my stuff alone, except for when it is fertilized. I don't see any, like... Oh, yeah, no, fish bone meal. Yep. It's not for you to eat. Don't eat the fertilizer, you're not a plant. He is going to lose his mind today. Let's just scoop this fertilizer back into the plant now that my son has knocked it over. So yeah, the only time that he bothers my plants is right after they've been fertilized. Hello? Hello, sir. Can I help you? Do you need something? What's funny is that, like, I've used fertilizers before that, like, you can... like, you can tell that, like, they have fish meal in them or whatever. This one, you can't really smell it. Apparently he can. He's got his dog nose going. Okay. That should be good enough. I'm gonna water this. Enjoy the ASMR water noises. I used pretty heavily draining soil for all of my plants. So water more or less just runs right through them. There's a few things in there that like retain moisture. Hi. Hello. Can I help you? Do you need something? Sir. You're a good boy. You're a good boy. You're not getting any fertilizer. You are not a plant. No, you are not a plant. You're a very good boy. Alright. I need to simultaneously... Yeah, I don't think he knows. I need to simultaneously protect my plants from him. And the bag of fertilizer. I'm glad that I had zipped it up because his face definitely would have gone right in it while I was grabbing my watering bowl. And I need to grab the next plant. So, what do we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Chat, pick a number between 1 and 6. What's our next plant? 2? 2 is a good one. I like this plant. I don't trust you. Ugh. Blocking the dog from fertilizer. Okay. Alright. We're good. So, this is a Dieffenbachia. I'm not 100% sure on the pronunciation, to be perfectly honest. I want to say it's like 4 different plants in here, like 4 different individual plants in here. Maybe just 3. We're gonna pull this out to check the roots. Just because I repotted this over a year ago. And when I repotted it, it only had like 2 leaves left. So if you buy plants, right, something to be very, very, very conscious of is that sometimes growers will use what are called like grow plugs, which are basically tiny itty bitty pots that they put the baby plants in. It makes sense, but sometimes they don't take those off, and they'll just put it in the grow pot in the like full-size pot, and that can choke out the roots. It can cause like a lot of moisture to just be like trapped in right by the roots, and that causes root rot, which will immediately kill a plant if you don't catch it, which is what was happening with this one. So yeah, just keep an eye out for that. It's got a little bit of browning on a few of the leaves, but I think that's just because winter was really, really dry. So I think it just dried out a little bit. Otherwise, I'm really happy this has come such a long way. I wasn't sure it was going to survive. We've got a bunch of like new leaves coming in here and here. This plant gets to be like 5-6 feet tall. One day it's going to be taller than me, and that's exciting. If a plant isn't going to become big, my interest in it is significantly less. I did just water this yesterday, so it is moist in here. But it's looking pretty good. I'm not seeing any immediate signs that there's root issues. It could have slightly stronger roots, honestly. I wouldn't be mad about it. Also with this one, I'm knocking off all the dirt. It's just going to go back in the pot. But I'm probably just going to mix the fertilizer in before I put it back in the pot. So, you can see those are the roots of the plant. They're surprisingly small, given the size of the plant, right? There doesn't seem to be any signs of like new issues, new rot, anything like that, so that's good. That's really what I was here checking for. And you can tell when a plant is rotting, like the smell of the roots rotting is notable. And this is honestly maybe a little bit too wet. Now that I'm looking at it a little bit closer. So what I might do is I might mix in a little bit of the orchid mix just to make it a little bit airier. Just to let the roots breathe a little bit more. I did have some issues with this like not draining super well. Also, I was wrong. This is all definitely one plant. It's just got a bunch of different offshoots. So if I wanted to, right, I could cut here and here and here and here and turn it into 4 different plants. Because this little shoot has its own root. This shoot has its own root. This shoot has its own root. So those could all just be transplanted right away. Plant propagation is something that I don't do terribly often, but I enjoy doing it just because it's fun, making plants from other plants. But we're gonna go ahead, we're gonna mix in a little bit of orchid mix just to dry this out a little bit. Give the roots a little bit more of a chance to sort of grow in there. I could also just throw in some perlite. I might do that instead of the orchid mix, because the orchid mix will still hold on to a decent amount of water. Ugh. So, perlite is, it's essentially just like crushed limestone. Don't do what I'm about to do and like pop open the bag and dig into it with your bare hands without any respiratory coverage. I'm lazy and I don't feel like grabbing a mask right now. But you know, limestone dust isn't great for you. This little bit that I'm about to inhale probably isn't going to do anything to me, but in the long run, you know, you don't want it in your lungs. So we're just going to grab a handful of this, right? Just a handful, and just dumping it into this soil just to get it a little bit drier, get it a little bit airier. I'm gonna grab another handful. Just right in there. And that should help with guaranteeing this plant is less likely to just die suddenly. Honestly, as long as you're keeping an eye on your plants, I definitely err on the side of less water retention. Like, I would rather have a soil that dries out in a day and I have to water my plants every day than a soil that, like, holds on to water for a week. And there's definitely a few plants that, like, it's become an issue that, like, I pick them up and, like, a week later I'm like, oh, you are still really heavy. There is a lot of water in you. Plants could survive with you. I believe in you. If my depressed ass can keep 30 plants alive, I believe in everybody's ability to keep plants alive. It's just really making them as low maintenance as possible. Okay, so I grabbed some of the fertilizer, I mixed it into the soil. I'm just putting the soil back into the pot. Getting that settled, and then we're just gonna stick this guy back in here. There's enough room for its roots. And then we're gonna go ahead. Genuinely, soil is the biggest issue with plants that people run into. And I think that it's a problem. I mean, not that people are educated on houseplants, but I think it's something that's not conveyed enough by, like, the company selling the plants. Because obviously, if you get a plant and it dies, they're going to make more money on you buying another plant rather than, like, successfully growing a plant and then being able to split that plant into 5 different plants. Like I said, the one that I have in my hand right now, it could be 4 different plants if I really wanted it to. But if I hadn't paid attention to it when I first got it, it would have died. Because the grower chose to go with a method that is known to cause issues. So, you know, it's, the world is shitty, capitalism is king, you gotta be looking out for yourself with stuff like this. Okay. I think this is pretty well in there. It's a little bit loose, but that'll settle in with time. I'm trying not to cover up this one little shoot that's on the edge here. Okay. I actually have about half of the soil left, which means that we actually probably replaced a good amount of this with airier stuff, so this is going to thrive a bit better. Since I rehabilitated this, it's been living, I have like a little mini greenhouse that I use as a plant hospital, essentially. This has been living in the plant hospital, but I think it's gonna be able to move out of there within the next few months for sure. It seems to be pretty stable. After this repot, I wanna just give it some time to like reacclimate, but we will see. Funny enough, the plants that I have the most problem with, like I have very little issue with like tropical plants and like the higher maintenance plants for the most part. You'll see a few exceptions today. But like succulents and cactuses, which are supposed to be like the easiest to take care of, they don't work with me for some reason, and I don't know why. Like I have a cactus right now over on my shelf. Bolt is just staring from the bed. He is waiting for his moment to pounce. But I have a cactus over on my plant shelf that it's got a really bad fungal infection because I have to keep the humidity higher for my tropical plants. And obviously cactuses don't like that. And like I've got some other succulents. I've got some echeverias that just aren't doing great. I don't know. I feel like the harder the task is, the better I do it. All right. 1 through 5. Pick a number. What are we doing next? 3? All right. Ugh. So, this one is an interesting one. Where did... Well, did you steal the piece of wood I had here? No, it's right here. Okay. It's not for you. So, this I got in a plant mystery box because, like, for a year I had a subscription to like a plant mystery box. It was sold to me as a philodendron Xanadu, which isn't even a philodendron anymore. It's been reclassified. I've had this long enough now, and with the way that it's growing, I think that it's actually a philodendron jungle boogie. It's leaning a little bit, so I've got this wood plank that I'm just gonna like put in there to help it grow more upright. Where's my camera? There's my camera. Like so. It's also, this has been one of my best growing plants. You can see it's got a new leaf coming out right here. It's starting to like branch out more. I think it'll be a lot happier once it's up on the wooden plank. So, first things first though. We're gonna pull it out of the pot, see where we're at with these roots. I just replanted this last year, I think, so I don't foresee needing to like size up the pot or anything like that. We've got a little bit of compacted dirt at the bottom, which I'm just gonna knock out. Just because compacted dirt's more likely to like hold on to things that you don't want your plant to be dealing with. We seem to have some pretty decent roots here. This is a plant that I never had a problem with. Like, from the moment I got it, it was just like, yeah, no, I'm chill. I'm just growing, doing my thing, you know. Other than it falling sideways a little bit. It doesn't have an insane root system. They're all pretty thin roots. You can't really see right now. They're covered in dirt. But, hi, Vlad! I am trying my weed farm, yeah. But yeah, this is, it's all healthy. It looks like it's good. I don't know if this is a root or if this is a piece of moss. I'm gonna throw it to the side though, because it doesn't look great. Roots seem to be healthy overall. I'm not like having any that just want to like come off in my hands that are super squishy or anything like that. But yeah, our goal today with this one is just to get it more upright in its pot. So it should be growing like this, whereas it's been growing like this. This is another one that I could realistically chop it like right here and get a second plant. And the base would grow perfectly fine. I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to let this one size up for a bit before I start chopping it. But it's always nice to know that you can get more plants for free. That root's not looking spectacular, but that's okay. Because there's plenty of other roots to take its place. Okay. So yeah, I think this will be fine. Where did I just put the pot for it? Over here. I need to add fertilizer to this real quick. I completely forgot. Where did I put my measuring spoon? Okay, things have started to become a mess. We have reached the point where things are kind of a mess. I'm also going to add a little bit more perlite to this too, I think, just to bulk it out a little bit. It's a third special type of weed called your mom tifa. That was terrible. I'm sorry. I apologize. Alright. Pot I put over here. Well, I'm glad that at least I ruined your joke with my shitty joke. Alright, so wood plank in the pot. Then plant also in the pot. Alright. And now the rest of the dirt in the pot, which is kind of a pain with both the plant and the plankton. But it's fine. Get the dirt to settle a little. One of the big things, like I have a pile of dirt over in the corner from the Dieffenbachia, right? One of the big things with repotting plants is that it's tempting to reuse the soil if you have extra from another plant. You should not do that. You don't know what kind of diseases the plant is carrying. You don't know like what's going on with the different plants, how they interact with each other. One of the easiest ways to spread disease amongst your plants is by reusing dirt and reusing water. It may seem like you're being more eco-friendly, but you're just killing your plant probably. Alright. How did you get so far away from the plank? How did this happen? Hello? Something is wrong here. So we've got this replanted, but it's sitting so far away from the plank. So I guess we're gonna pull it out and reposition it. Let's try this again. So, a little bit of dirt on the bottom. Roots in. We're gonna plant the plant first and then put the plank in like halfway through. Okay. Now, plank back in dirt. Right there. That's fine. Do you guys still have music? Is it still playing? Are you good? There's so much less monitoring of stream on days like this that I'm just like, is the entire stream just exploding right now? I wouldn't know. I'm on the floor with a plant. I can't even leave the floor that has the plants because my dog is going to come over and eat the entire bag of fertilizers. Okay, good. Good. Okay, that still isn't where I want it to be. Maybe we don't do the plank. Maybe we just, you know... It seems to be more upright now. Maybe we just let it do its thing. We believe in its ability to be an upright plant. Okay. It's a plant. I'm thinking now that it's more upright, it'll start growing out this way a bit more and become more bushy. I'm hoping that's what it does, because like it has this leaf on the back here that's trying to go forward, but I think that's just because it's been sitting in a weird position. I'm also realistically in like a week gonna have to go through for everything that I repotted and add more soil mixture to them because the soil is gonna settle more as like it sits and these go through waterings. It's normal, it's just kind of annoying. Alright, this one is done. That's our philodendron jungle boogie. It is ready to boogie in the jungle. I'm gonna set it over there. Alright, 1 through 4. Pick a number. We're getting down there. 1? Alright, that's my favorite. So, this is my Marble Queen Pothos. It looks like a Snow Queen because the variation on it is just so heavy. But this was the first plant that I ever bought. This was what started me being into plants. And what you'll see a lot with people that have pothos, which are, the scientific name is epinephrine, not epinephrine, epipremnin, I think. What you'll see with people that have these, a lot of times they'll have them like trailing. I'm going to try and show you. You can kind of see that the vines are like zigzagging back and forth inside. The point of that is that the vines grow roots. I can show you on this little guy here. If you can see right here by my thumb. I don't know if it's going to show properly. There's just a little nub there. That's a root. So that'll root down into the soil. And then that'll provide the pothos with more nutrients, right? Obviously, because it's a root. And then what you can do is divide the plant into multiple plants because it's rooted into the soil. So I actually have a section of this that I'm gonna clip today. Just to let it vine on its own. I currently have this pinned down with bobby pins. It's not ideal. I would rather like just straight hairpins. Because the bobby pins that I have aren't quite long enough. But you want to keep it pinned down to the soil so that the roots actually like take into the soil. But I'm gonna trim the one edge. Eventually this is gonna be a trailing plant, but by getting it properly rooted into the soil, I'm making sure that it has what it needs to sustain that trailing. So, what we're going to do here is we're going to take our scissors. We're going to take some peroxide and a paper towel so that we can sanitize our scissors. Because the number one thing you do not want to do when cutting into plants is use tools that are dirty. You're essentially cutting into the flesh of the plant. It's like if a doctor went in with unsanitary tools when you were going into surgery, right? Nobody wants that. So we're just gonna wipe these down real quick with peroxide. Typically I have like a box of alcohol wipes on hand specifically for this. I don't know where that box went. It's entirely missing, which is a little bit upsetting, but for now this is fine, this works. So I've got just a section of vine here that I'm chopping. It's chopped. It's done. We did it. That's all there is to it. So that is now its own plant. That's gonna branch more and create more like vines and leaves and stuff. Whereas the part that's now rooted is gonna do the same. It's gonna grow faster. That is number one with your plants. If you feel like they're not growing fast, fucking just cut them. Make them like worried for their lives. If you prune your plants, they are going to grow back faster. Their survival instinct is going to kick in, and they're going to be like, oh god, I need to do this thing where I just grow. Okay, so we've got that trimmed up. I went through the other day already and reorganized the vines and stuff to make sure that they were laying where I want them to go. So that's not a thing we need to worry about. I do need to add some fertilizer to this. I also really need to get hairpins because these vines they don't want to stay down. A little bit of soil over the top would help that, but I don't feel like adding more soil to this pot yet. It's got plenty. It's a big pot. This plant still has a lot of room to grow. I love it so much. Like, I don't know what it is about this plant in particular, but it just, like, the leaves are just so nice, and like it's coming in so full because of the way that I'm growing it, and I love her. I love you. Grow faster. So we're supposed to do, how much did it say? It said 2 tablespoons per gallon. How big do we think this pot is, Chet? I feel like this is more than half a gallon for sure. But I also do not want to burn it out with fertilizer. So we might just do 1 tablespoon. Where did my measuring spoon go? Is it in? Yeah, okay, I left it in the thing of fertilizer. So first what we want to do is just sort of scrape off the top of the soil. Get it a little bit agitated. Especially the soil, it's a little bit more compacted than some of the others because it's a bit more soil than just like stuff. Which is a thing that I could change. Because I don't think that the pothos would be mad about having a little bit more looser soil. I don't think I purposely gave it dense soil. I think it was just what I had, and pothos complain a lot less than other plants. So like, I was just able to do it without worrying that the plant was just gonna like die, you know? You can do basically anything that you want to a pothos and it'll likely survive it. Okay, that should be good enough. This is the first of my hanging plants that I have. I'm going to be transitioning a few different plants up to hanging plants. And I think that has significantly helped because I have a skylight in here. So regardless of the time of year, it gives full sunlight, which even if a plant can do well in lesser light, the light coming in through a window or whatever in a house is relatively filtered, especially a skylight. Like I'm not gonna like sit here and be like, oh yeah, I keep my skylight clean all the time. No, that shit's filthy. And so the filtered light coming in is fine for the plants. Even ones that don't necessarily want like direct sunlight. But it's also enough light for the ones that do want direct sunlight. Okay, I'm just gonna smack this fertilizer down into the soil. Because this was just watered recently, so I don't want to run any water through it again. Because I can feel that it is heavy. So everything's still very moist in there. Just making sure that my pins are holding everything down where I want them to. That one even got covered in soil a little bit, which is great. That's called soil layering, by the way. It's a method of plant propagation where, you know, you literally just cover the section in soil and then it roots and then you have another section of plant. It's done most commonly with pothos, like this one. But she's done. Our queen was nice and quick. All right, we've got 3 more. But I think I need just a short break from sitting on the floor. So I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna clear out some of, I'm gonna put some of the plants back on the shelf that we have, so I don't have to worry as much about bolts getting into them. And then we're gonna go ahead and take a little break while I do that, and then we'll come back and finish out the first round that I had, and then we're getting into the more complicated plants. Not that I thought that these were gonna be complicated, and then there was just so much to take care of, more than I realized. But yeah, so round 1 cleanup while I'm on this break, and then we're gonna come back and we're gonna start round 2. I'm just sealing all of these up so that bolt doesn't sneak in the last second. All right. Ugh. Alright, we're back. Hello. You absolutely do not need to help Bolt cause chaos. He has got that covered all on his own. Alright. I grabbed my water this time so that I can also hydrate in addition to like taking care of my plants. Hello, sir. Can I help you? Do you need something? What are you doing? Come here. Come here. What are you doing? Hello. You gotta check out all the things? Yeah? Is it very important that you check that out? Oh, good boy. I should be drinking out of Plant Dad mug, but Plant Dad mug is small, so I would have to refill it every like 5 seconds. Alright, Bolt is bored. So, next up, we are working on this begonia. This is a begonia Jurassic Rex. She is in need of a watering, so she's a little bit upset right now, but she's gonna be fine. This is one that has been a bit of a pain, but I think I finally found my stride with it. We're just checking the roots. There's not many. Begonias are known for like having relatively small, somewhat weak root systems. That's part of why they're so difficult. They want to just, they just want to die, you know? And I'm just like, no, I'm not gonna let you do that. So, yeah, like, these roots are so thin that I can't even really make out where they are. They're like little tiny pieces of thread, like the finest thread that you can think of. That is what these roots are. Hello, sun. I'm trying to clear off some of the dirt so that I can show you guys. But I also don't want to disturb them too much because, like I said, I finally think I hit my stride with this plant. So I would like to keep it happy. But yeah, can you see how tiny those roots are? And that's about as much as it gets. They don't get bigger than that. They don't get sturdier than that. They're just little tiny itty bitty roots. So this plant hasn't died. I mean, obviously it hasn't died, but like it hasn't been close to dying. It even has a little shoot growing on the side there, so that's exciting. That's gonna be another plant probably. But man, it has given me hell. I did get the plant's consent, yeah. So, what we're just doing here, the soil mix that I have right now seems to be fine for it. It seems to be holding up well. We're just going to add some fertilizer to it and pot it back up, and then it'll be good to go. So, scooping out our fertilizer. Oh, I can definitely, okay. I didn't have my face like over the bag of fertilizer before, but if you like get up in the fertilizer, I understand what Bolt was smelling and why he was so interested. That is definitely a fishy fertilizer. Alright, we're just mixing this up a bit. Getting that fertilizer really dispersed throughout the soil so that there's no point where it's too much or too little. And then we're just dumping all the soil back in the pot. And sticking the begonia back in the pot, trying to keep it at a reasonable level. I don't want too much of the stem under the dirt, but some of it being under will allow it to grow some roots higher up, help it stabilize itself a bit more. Alright. And she is all nice and tucked in. Relatively centered in the pot. I'm going to go ahead and dump the dirt off of the mat that's left into the pot because I had all the extra dirt that I had during the break. I went and threw out. Sorry for the terrible sounds of this mat. And she is potted. Now she just needs a good watering and we are good to go. I haven't figured out, so I have a couple of like big plants off to the side. I haven't figured out how I'm gonna deal with those. Those might not be on stream. They're kind of a lot. Just very carefully watering this. Honestly, is anybody doing plant ASMR right now? Because I feel like that would be like a decent market. Like somebody just like quietly talking as they go through and like do their plant maintenance. You know? Some people are what? What did I say? What is this in reference to? Like, do we plant ASMR? Listen, okay? I'm always thinking about different business ventures. And I feel like plant ASMR is a business venture I could get down with. Alright. Yeah, no, the food and mouth sounds are terrible. I like slime ASMR sometimes, mostly just the crackly slimes. I like the ones that involve like nails, like tapping on stuff. But yeah, food ASMR is the worst. Okay, next plant. Ugh. This little guy here is a Stromanthe. I don't actually know the pronunciation. I always say Stromanth. It's a Stromanth trio star. This is another plant that at one point only had 2 leaves. It's still not like perfectly happy, but it's putting out new growth, which you can see right there, which means that it's happy enough. It's part of the Calathea family, and Calatheas are notoriously moody. So I'm happy enough that it's growing. I think eventually one day it'll get to a point that it stabilizes and is maybe not such pain in the ass. But like these need super, super high humidity. This has just lived in my plant hospital for like 2 years now. They're just very, very needy plants. I would not suggest this one for anyone, much less beginners. But what we're going to do today is we are going to pull this out. We're going to go ahead and check the roots on it. And then we're going to add some fertilizer. And also I think we're adding... It's a little bit low on dirt, so I might add some orchid mix rather than perlizer. Perlite. Perlizer. Oh, I see roots growing at the bottom here. That's kind of exciting. That's very exciting. Those are some nice, healthy roots. Also, the soil is soaked. Like, I just watered it the other day, but she is wet. Which, again, these plants do like moisture. That's not necessarily a bad thing. It's just too much moisture. Not great for a plant. I'm trying to figure out what's going on here. Oh, is that a root or is that a new plant that she's trying to grow? She's maybe trying to grow... We maybe have like a baby situation here, where she is growing new growth. I'm not sure. There's a lot happening. Hold on. I'm going to share with you guys once I have this a little bit cleaned up. Yeah, so I think that she's trying to grow like 2 more plants. So you can see here, right? This little guy and then this little guy are 2 new shoots. So she might be spreading out and making more plants happen. This root just fell off. That's not great. It feels sturdy, but it is black, which is a sign of root rot. Okay, let's, we now have to assess. Yeah, that root also fell off. Alright. Yeah, that doesn't look great. Yeah, that just popped right off. She does have some healthy roots. But I think this is going to be an entire repot situation. Which I wasn't anticipating, was definitely not hoping for, but she's not in great shape. So what we're gonna do is, I have any water left in here just to rinse off these roots a bit now. Okay. Let's look at the smaller one too, because there are 2 plants in here. Oh, the smaller one has even less roots. Okay. Alright. Okay. Well. Yeah, no, I'm glad that we're doing this because she is not doing well. Okay. So, as you can see, this little guy only has that tiny bit of root. So I'm kind of surprised that it's growing. I think that root's fine. So I got this from a website called Rooted, and I'm gonna be very, 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 very honest here. I would not suggest it as a site to anyone. A lot of their plants just did not hold up well. Like, I haven't had any die, but every single one of them has been a rehabilitation project. And a lot of that seems to stem from just poor planting conditions. And just overall, like, not healthy propagations. So this is what we have left on the big one. I don't know if that's focusing properly. That's not much. So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna grab a small bowl and some water, and we've got a project ahead of us. I'm just scooping all of the dirt from this one to the side. Yeah, there's just giant chunks of fucking roots and shit in here. Alright. Cool. So, what we're doing is a little bit of plant rehab. So, I've got this little guy full of water. I'm going to add some peroxide to this because the peroxide is going to help with sterilizing the roots, taking care of them, getting rid of nastiness. And we're just going to wash the roots in there. Get as much of that old dirt off as possible. So that'll also give us a better idea of what we're working with. That's another root that I have to remove. So when I say that, like, they were questionable, you can see that they sold this one. It was just a cutoff from a larger plant. And like that's not entirely abnormal, especially with something like a stromanth. They're not easy to grow from seed. Most nurseries, especially in North America, are not going to have access to seeds for them. Oh, this poor little guy. Okay, we're gonna do something different with those. I have another plant that I'm treating for root rot right now that I have a specific method that I'm gonna go with that I think I'm gonna do the same with this one. So we need some different tools. First off, I need to not be out of paper towels, which I now am. Okay. If I can help it, I never let a plant die. So we're going to try to help it. What we're going to do is I'm grabbing another thing of water. I've got some sphagnum moss that I'm going to hydrate. I've also got these little pots that I bought specifically for any plants that were struggling. These are clear pots. So what that means is that I can keep a better eye on the roots. I can keep a better eye on the moisture level of the soil. Just, it's a better situation overall for the sake of the plants. So we've got this sphagnum moss here. Popping this open. I'm going to throw it in water to get it hydrated. It's messy as fuck. But what the sphagnum moss does is this is going to hold on to moisture. So I'm going to mix this with some perlite. And I'm going to put it in pots. And we're just going to do moss and perlite. That's going to hold on to enough moisture to encourage root growth, keep the plants hydrated. But not enough moisture to continue to encourage the rot, hopefully. Fingers crossed. I'm surprised that these were still growing so well, given how bad the roots look. So I mean, good job, little plants. They're each getting their own pot. We're gonna separate these. A lot of companies will grow multiple plants in one pot to be able to sell it for more because it looks like you're getting more. I mean, you are getting more plant. You're getting 2 plants technically. But yeah, I've just got sphagnum moss soaking right now. So yeah, it's just gonna go in this little clear pot with some perlite and some sphagnum moss, and I'm just gonna keep that as moist as possible. Honestly, if I had something to cover the bottom with, I probably would, just to hold the moisture in there, but I think it'll be okay, as is, with just the moss and the perlite. Just try and make sure I've got all the dirt off, because any residual dirt can continue to cause rot, and we don't want that. I'm also tempted to just chop off this bit here, because it's not doing anything for the plant. So that's what we're gonna do. Okay, so just a quick little bit of sanitizing of the scissors. Okay, and then I'm just gonna lob off this little chunk that's not doing anything. I'm gonna let that sit to the side and dry a little bit. Okay. I don't know if you guys will be able to hear this. You can hear the moss absorbing the water. Again, plant ASMR. I think there's a market there. Alright, so this has sucked up a fair bit of water. We've got, oh god, my couch is now wet. So we've got the sphagnum moss, and I'm going to grab some perlite and mix those together. And I'm going to plant the little guy first, I think, because I'm just letting the big one dry out a little bit because I made a cut. So I don't want to risk that cut rotting because it's wet. Okay, so right in there. Need more moss. All of this has suddenly just become so much messier than it was. Alright. Set it right like that. My hands are both soaked. grabbing more perlite is kind of questionable. We have definitely reached a stage where we're mostly just making a giant mess. But it's okay, because we're trying to help plants. Alright, so that's potted up now. That's just the little guy. Yo, what up, Yuck? I'm just gonna keep an eye on it. I'm gonna give it some water every few days, just to keep that moss moist. And then once it's grown in some healthy roots, then we'll put it back into a big pot. We'll be able to see when it grows roots though, because we've got this nice little clear pot. So the little guy seems stable enough in there. I'm not the happiest about having to move it while it's growing a new leaf, but sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. Also, I need to wet more moss for the big guy. So we're just gonna shove that into our water bowl. Let it soak up all that water. Today has been more than I was expecting. But I think that's one of the biggest things with like growing plants, right? Especially tropical plants. It can be difficult to know when they're doing poorly without looking at the roots, but you also don't want to like disturb them all the time, because they can also just be really, really temperamental if you move them around a bunch. Like even just moving them from place to place in the room, sometimes the plants will throw a fit and then die. So it can be hard to know when to do what and what's the best choice. The stromance seemed like it needed more humidity. Realistically, it was just dying underneath. Like this guy has a handful of roots left. And I think it's gonna bounce back fine. It's just, you know, in the meantime, it's gonna be a little unhappy. Ugh, my nose is runny. I think the dirt is just making my allergies act up. Alright, we've got the moss all set for the bigger straw man. Gonna get that in there. Gonna get a handful of perlite. Throw that in there. Get it all mixed up and together. Can you guys hear these noises? Alright. Then we just want to make sure that the roots are covered up as best as possible, so that they're kept nice and moist, but not too moist. This does have 2 additional shoots trying to come out right now, so it's gonna need a lot. I don't want to fertilize it while moving it. I might like fertilize this next week when I water it, but I don't want to like shock the roots. I'm hoping it survives. If it doesn't, I'm gonna be really sad, but fingers crossed. My mat is now an absolute mess. I need to make some space. we're a little early for another reset, but we might need it. Because we've had some traumatic plant makeovers in the last couple that we've done. Okay. I'm just trying to clear this space right in front of me so that it's not causing any issues for my next plant. And we should be good. So, now we are moving on to my watermelon peperomia, which is this guy. It's called the watermelon peperomia because you can see its leaves kind of look like watermelon. Is a cute little guy. This is another one that when I got it from Rooted and it was not doing well. I almost lost it, but got it back. It grew in. It's just constantly growing now. I just want to check the roots because the stromant has me nervous. Peperomia are one of those that don't like get massive roots. They're similar to the begonia in that. So we're just moving some of this dirt around, trying to get in there, see what's going on. Make sure that she's looking okay. I mean, she's been consistently growing. And isn't showing any signs of issues. The roots are strong enough to hold on to these giant, like, clumps of dirt without falling off, so they're not, like, rotted. Yeah, nothing that I pull is immediately coming off. Like, with the stromant, I pulled a root, and it just immediately ripped off. These seem to be doing pretty okay. So, you can see, it's another one that has a very small root system, similar to the begonia. These are just, they're little babies. They're little itty bitty babies. But they make for a pretty big plant. Hello, Bolt. How are you? What can I do for you? Good boy. Okay. So yeah, not much that I have to do with this one. This one is just a straight, like, get fertilizer in it and it'll be good to go, which is great. We needed the little win after the last one. I'm just making sure that the roots aren't too compacted at the base. Because it feels almost like they're being held together by something, but they aren't. It's just, they're holding themselves together. They've created like a fabric with how thin they are. And I just want to make sure that that's loose so that it properly aerates, because rot happens right next to the base more often than not. Okay. Fertilizer. My scooper still in here? We'll say a tablespoon. 1, 2, 3. Hi, Snipes. 4, 5, 6. Okay. So, fertilizer is in. We're just going to mix that into the soil. Everything's going to be hunky-dory. This one is super straightforward. Easy peasy. Alright, soil. Back into pot. Just at the bottom there. Plant back into pot. Right, like so. And then more soil. Oh no. Alright, so This is multiple plants. I could split it up if I wanted it to, because it seems to want to. Hold on. Let's see here. I'm not going to split it up because I already have like 3 peperomia propagating. But I am going to just rearrange it a little bit, I think, so that these are just a little bit more dense. Something like that. Should work out fine for me. That one just really, really, really wanted to let go, though. Pat in the pot to get some of the soil settled into the roots. How are we looking? We are looking like a plant. Alright, back, turn this way. Okay. Dirt over here. Up, 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 up. Just little pats. Little patty pats. Little pitter patters. Oh no! We lost a little baby leaf. Alright, I think this one is good. This went relatively without incident. It's looking a little bit sad right now. I don't know what happened. I feel like everything is just leaning a bit more. Alright, that's good enough for now. This is gonna become one of my hanging plants, because once like it fills out more, which it could probably use a prune. I could probably trim it back a bit and it would grow in nicely. Bolt is currently barking at me to go outside and play. At some point I might trim it back. For right now, it's fine as it is. It's growing and that's all I care about. I want this one to stay upright. Stop tipping over. You little bitch. Bolt is very upset though about immediately going outside. Okay, cool. Peperomia Dunarino. I'm hoping it grows in more on this side. Alright. What time is it? What are we at? What are we doing here? I think my mat is a mess. This might be a good moment to take a little bit of a break. Clean up a little bit before we get into the next batch, which is, it's a batch. We're gonna have a lot to do. I was concerned about today's stream being like a little too short. And I really should have thought about that concept and the fact that I have a lot of plants. So what we're going to do is I'm going to take a few minutes. I'm going to do a little bit of a reset here. Clean off my mat a little. Put away some of the plants that I've worked on to clear some space. And then, hello. Can I help you? Did you need something? Did you need to eat the fertilizer? Because you don't. You're not a plant. It's not for you. No. It's not for you. I'm gonna need to store that in like a locked closet. Hey, what are you doing? You a good boy? Yeah? You a good boy? Does it smell like fish? Yeah, it's got fish bone meal and fish meal. And just regular bone meal. And feather meal. I don't know what feather meal is. Huh. I only have a year to use this. I should have looked at the label when I bought it. Anyways, we're going to have a little bit of a break to clean up. I'm going to keep my dog from eating all of the dirt that is my... He doesn't want to eat the plants. He wants to eat the dirt because it smells like fish. And then we will be back in just a little bit. Okay, cool. Let me get you guys all set up with some tune skis. Wow. Wow. And a little BRB screen. All right, cool, great. I'll see you guys in a little bit. Alright, we're back. Hello. Hello, hello. That is just dog. That is not even on the floor anymore. What are you doing, webcam? I mean, that's still just dog, but that's... Chat, my setup today is a little bit drink. I just want you to know that. And by a little bit, I mean a lot. It's a lot of it drink. That seems, this is all questionable. There, maybe, that seems about right. Maybe, we'll assume it is. Okay. Hello. Okay. How's nope, I need to be even lower now. Oh no. Chat. 1 through 6, pick a number. We're moving on to our next plant. 5. You had to start us with the most difficult one, didn't ya? Okay, alright. So, this mess of a plant here is a Tradescantia zebrina. Not zebrina. Zebrina? I think a Tradescantia zebrina. My brain can't remember right now. But it is a plant. It grows real fast. So what we're dealing with here with this one is that we are going to be chopping it up and replanting it. It's also known as an inch plant because you can literally propagate it from just an inch of plant. This one is very dry. It is very dry. I have been neglecting this plant. That's a thing to note, though. It does stand up to neglect surprisingly well. We're definitely going to be doing a bit with this plant today. We have a lot of plants here. We're gonna see which ones are in decent shape, which ones aren't. We're gonna be cutting stuff down. We're gonna just, it's a full overhaul with the Tradescantia. So you can see this has tiny little itty bitty roots. This guy is fine. This is, we're just gonna go ahead and replant that one when we get there. This has a couple of small roots at the base. Like literally just the tiniest roots. It's surprisingly healthy given that. But I'm gonna chop this up. Where did I put my things? There's this. some reusable like bamboo cosmetics pads for cleaning my scissors, so we can be a little bit more eco-friendly while we do this. So we're just gonna soak that in some peroxide and then give these scissors a quick wipe down. Alright. So, like I said, it's called an inch plant. You can do just an inch and it'll grow fine. Generally what I like to do is, so each of these spots where a leaf is growing out of, I like to have at least 2, and then these bottom 2, so like 4 spots where a leaf is growing out overall, right? And then I just clip there, and then what I do is I peel back these leaves, and so now we're left with just like a little stick that has leaves at the top, and that'll be what we plant. And the goal here with our Tradescantia is that we want it to be a nice dense growth. We also want it super bushy. If I remember correctly, this contains like a compound that's basically like tiny crystals, so while cutting it, I would suggest being careful, because getting that on your hands just kind of hurts like a bitch. Again, don't be me, don't do what I'm doing. Okay, so we're gonna cut this here. And the last time that I did this, I definitely didn't do a full, like, proper chop and prop. I just shoved the stems back into the dirt, and they grew in, and it was fine. So, like, you don't need to go through this carefully. It's not necessary. This one actually has a decent amount of roots in comparison to some of the other ones. It's still not very heavily rooted, though. 1, 2, 3, 4, and chop. It's going to seem very, very aggressive what I'm doing, because I'm chopping this into like 12 different plants. More than 12, definitely more than 12. But it's going to make it branch more. It's gonna make it like just grow healthier. Your plants need to be pruned. That's the moral of the story here, is don't be afraid to cut up your plants. They need it, they want it, they like it. The more you do it, the better they're gonna look. Maybe not the more you do it, just do it semi-often, you know? I'm just gonna cut this. So this one branches off right here, right here. And so I'm just gonna cut it right at the stem. Chop. And peel those. I might actually even just trim it down, because it doesn't need that much to grow. So we're just gonna chop her like right there. So we've got a nice little guy. I don't know where the camera is anymore because I moved it during the last break, and now I just have zero concept of what I'm doing. 1, 2, 3, 4. That one's not great. I'm gonna try and do it anyway. So what I'm doing is I'm chopping this one the normal way that I would, and then there's this little offshoot here. I think I'm gonna go ahead and just chop that at the stem. I've got goop on my finger. And see how it grows. I don't know what types of Tradescantia But there are Tradescantia that are edible. I wouldn't say just like go out and grab your first Tradescantia from the plant store that you see and try eating it. But like, if you like trying new things, it's something to look into. This is backwards. What? Oh. No, this is growing here and here. Okay. It gets tricky when you start cutting them into like multiple sticks because you don't know what was the original cut point. Okay, that one branched off there. So what I'm gonna do, so this one is growing normally up here, but it branched right here, so I'm gonna cut just above that branch. I don't know if you could see any of that. Now that I think about it. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. This one is weird and zigzaggy, so I'm just gonna cut it right at the zigzag. Just because it grew weird. And, you know, we're maybe trying to make it grow less weird. Okay. That's a dead leaf. Some dirt. Yeah, none of this, like, I don't understand how Tradescantia work, if I'm being entirely honest, because none of these really have roots. This plant shouldn't be alive. Okay. It's doing its best. And really just saying fuck you to the world. So, this big guy is all one piece. So this, we're gonna have to trim up. It's all one. We're gonna cut this into like 5 or 6 different sections. This little guy, pull off that leaf. I'm gonna go ahead and cut it. It's got another zigzaggy bit, so we're just gonna chop it right there. Pull the leaves. Okay. And then we've got this base piece, which I think I'm just gonna leave as is. I might plant this node under the dirt and it should root in theory. This one is really interesting because you can see this is where the root was. It has died up to here, but this is somehow still alive. How? I couldn't tell you. But we're gonna go ahead and give it a little chubby chop. Or the dead bit over there. Pull that. Maybe gonna chop it a little bit higher up, actually. And again, I could just be taking 1-inch pieces. I think you can even grow it just from like the stem. You don't need the leaves. Because this plant is just ridiculous. Another stick. 1, 2, 3, 4. We're gonna chop this right here. That's gonna go on the ground. This is going to get pulled off. The one thing about the Tradescantia is that it does like to be watered heavily. So maybe that's why it doesn't have roots. It's just like a survival thing, where it's just like, yo, if I don't have roots, the roots can't rot. I don't know though, because like Look at how big this bit of stem is, and look at how tiny those roots are. What are you doing, buddy? How are you doing it? 1, 2, 3. Chop. And the bottom section has roots, so I'm just going to go ahead and directly plant it. That little guy's fine. Okay, now on to big guy here. Cut off this branch. Cut off this branch. Alright. Now, from here, we got a weird zig-zag. A zig-a-zig-ah. I'm just gonna throw that over there, throw that over there. Okay. I'm kind of not sure what to do with this bit. I think I'm gonna cut it here and here, because we've got a bit of bare branch there, so that's fine. Okay, now you. What are you doing, plant? Why are you growing at right angles? I don't understand. Hi, Pancake, how are you? Okay. That one's ready. This one I'm gonna cut here. And then also here. Pull off the bottom leaves. I just tore this leaf. Ripperoonals. I mean, this section has roots, so I'm just gonna plant it and see if it branches out. We're gonna go ahead and toss that. And then we'll plant this section. Alright, and then we've got this guy that's a mess. Okay. Chop. Chop. Alright. Pull off the bottom leaves. Like, these leaves are really pretty. I don't know if it shows up on camera at all, but they've got like a silvery, purpley sheen to it. I wish I just woke up. Getting out of bed this morning was not a thing I wanted to do. It fucking sucked. Okay, then we're gonna chop that there. That guy's fine. Which way are you guys growing? This way? So that's fine. Alright, and then it's just this big guy left that is growing this way. So I'm just going to chop off this bottom bit. Alright, now, what we're left with is this pile of stems that we need to now plant. I need to decide how I want to do this, right? So it'll be fine in the pot that it was potted in previously. Like, that shouldn't be an issue. The question is, I am going to have to do it very carefully. The question is, do I give it fresh soil and do I change it to a clear pot? The answer to both of those is maybe. Like, I don't need to change it to a clear pot. It's just, it makes it a little bit easier to keep an eye on when it gets too dry. Because this one needs constant water. So, I think we might do that. I have various sizes here. I hope you guys like the sound of ripping plastic. This is the size that it was in previously. So, we can give it some fresh soil. How many fucking branches do I have here? 1, 2, 3, 4. Like, how tightly am I packing this? Chat, I have some regrets. I need you to not crush the other one. I'm just making a little Tradescantia bouquet right now. Figuring out what I'm doing. Because I suddenly have a lot of individual little plants. Need you to line up with the rest of them. This will be planted down about that far. Maybe there. I'm worried it's not going to have enough room to, like, grow properly. But, like, that might just make it branch more. Like, this isn't even half of the individual little stems. It's gonna be kind of silly in this small of a pot. But it'll allow it to get established. I think. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm a sham. I think. Thank you, Axel. I genuinely need it. I can't hear anything, so if spooky alerts were on, it wouldn't make a difference. I'm sorry to hear that, Pancake. I mean, can you work around the shelves? I know that you're making it into, like, do they take up the entire width of the closet? That do be unfortunate. Okay. Chat. I've reached a point of being overwhelmed. Whew. Okay. Alright. We can do this. I believe in me. I mean, the foam, it's not ideal, but you can cut it down if need be. This is Axel's fault. He chose this plant. Moving on to another plant isn't going to be easier. Alright. Okay. Alright. Okay. Alright, okay. Alright. So. potting soil. I'm gonna mix it in with the soil I already had in this pot. Ugh. This is a big old hefty bag. Welcome back, Flo. I'm sorry about the dumb person. You have returned to me preparing to give up on life. Alright, we're gonna cut this open. I'm not gonna open it all the way, because that's just gonna be a pain in the ass. We're just gonna dump out some. This is just to like refresh the soil a bit. This also already has fertilizer in it, so I don't need to worry about adding any. Oh, the soil actually feels really nice. I don't know how to explain that to you guys. Like this, you ever just like touch nice soil? I splurged a little bit when buying it, and like I'm glad I made the choice I did. Okay. Like it's soft and like just pleasant. It's some pleasant soil. Alright, so I don't know the best way to go about this. I really don't. Because like I can't really just stick the stems in the soil because the stems are delicate. They break really easily. So I guess I'm just gonna start stacking them and gradually backfilling with soil. And hope for the best. Make a little bit of room for this and then put soil in where it was. I'm losing my mind, chat. I'm losing my mind. I've made mistakes. I just wanted a cool bushy plant. But I didn't think about the process. Alright. Just get in that soil there. Do your thing. Don't damage your brothers and sisters though, please. Because I will cry. Alright. The plants did break me. It's the things you love the most, you know? Alright. Okay. Alright. We're getting there. We're making progress. Slowly but surely. Oh, stop it! Stop it! Stop that! The plants are hopping out of the pot. This... No! I was picking it up to show you guys and then I dropped it. All of my effort is gone. Okay. Alright. This is fine. It's all good. It's fine. It's cool. No big deal. No big deal. I don't care. Why would I care? It's not me. Alright, it's perfect. That's all we need, right? In the soil you go. In the soil you go. I think maybe if I like start placing them at the center and then move outward. I just broke this step. Son of a bitch. I hate you. Why are you so delicate? Why is like the hardiest plant that I have the most delicate? You can stand up to like being severely neglected, but the second that I put the tiniest bit of pressure on your stem, you're like, oh no! Alright, okay, alright. Do that. Okay. We're getting somewhere, I think. Maybe, possibly, maybe not. We'll find out in like a week when half of this is maybe dead. Okay, get that little guy potted in there. Get nice and snug a bug. Need more dirt. Alright, it's not going to be pretty. I've already settled on it's not going to be pretty. I don't understand how people pot plants in a pretty way, you know? I do my best. And sometimes your best just has to be good enough. Sometimes you're sitting on the floor of your room, you just plant plants, and you just, it's gotta be your best. Because that's all you can give. Nope, this isn't planted upside down, that leaf is just upside down for some reason. Okay. Alright, we're not gonna question it. Okay, I'm just gonna stick this guy over on the side here. That should be fine. And I'm gonna stick this other guy over on this other side. Okay. And then we're gonna stick this other guy over on this other side. Maybe that was the trick. Maybe I needed to start from the outside and in. Maybe I was doing it backwards. Some of these cuttings look so much nicer than others. Make a hole, put the plant inside it. Alright. This is what we have so far. This is what we still have to plant. So, we're gonna do it. Chat, did you know that sitting on the floor for extended periods of time is just not super pleasant? I wouldn't necessarily say it's the worst. But it's definitely not the best. Alright, let's see. Just gonna dig a hole and stick a bunch of these in at once and hope that they all stay where I put them. Cool, cool. You guys did it. Look at you. You're doing great. Alright, that seems to maybe be the play. We're going to grab multiple of them and put them in a bunch and then stick them in a hole. And then hope for the best. Alright. Dunzo. If you could just rotate slightly. There you go. Alright, we're making progress. This feels better. This feels like we're doing something. My back isn't the problem, my hips are. My back feels fine. My hips hurt like a bitch. Also, I do not have a desk or table or tray or whatever that is big enough to be doing this on, unfortunately. We have a posture command. It's not going to do anything right now because I don't have a choice in my posture. Because I'm busy planting things. But yeah, like overall, I've got a good back. My upper back is a problem because of an injury, but like sitting in weird ways doesn't fuck up my back. Just fucks up the rest of my body. Oop, you popped out of the soil. Okay, that's not ideal. I maybe should have gone with a bigger pot. This is what we've got so far. We've made progress. Why are you booping? Busy planting plants. Alright. If I do this correctly, this should be our last little bunch. And then we just need to water it, and it is done. It has been kind of a pain, but it is done. Okay, let's see. Can I squeeze you in right here is the question. It seems like I can. I'll throw a little bit more dirt in there. Just get that settled. This is some dense planting. I'm a little bit concerned about it. But maybe it turns out great. Maybe I'm a Tradescanter master. I'm gonna pull off this leaf because it's almost dead. Alright. Last little bunch goes right over here. This seems like a dead zone. Hopefully not a dead zone, but you know, like just a little zone where there's a gap that they can sit in. Alright, now we're gonna do what we can to fill it up with dirt. And get everything settled. More dirt. Get in there. I preemptively regret what I've done for future Polar, who has to replant this again in like 2 years. if it takes that long, because who knows, this might grow really, really fast. Because man, she has got a mess to deal with. But present day Polar doesn't give a shit. I definitely filled in way more on that side than this side. That's fine. Is there anybody who appears to be immediately falling out? It doesn't seem like it. Alright. That is our repotted Tradescantia. Look at it, chat. We did it. In like 2 weeks, it's probably going to be back to the size that it was. These things grow stupid fast. Water, thank you. It still looks kind of like a mess, but it's a different kind of mess than it was when we first started working on it. And it's like a nice bushy mess now. So I think that in the long run, I did what I wanted to. I'm trying to make sure there's no leaves like buried in the soil. Especially around the edges. Okay, that seems fine. I'm probably gonna have a few of these die off, a few of the little cuts. That's not a big deal. That's pretty natural in the order of things and how life goes. I do need to water this, so we're gonna grab some water. Hi Emma, how are you? Wow. Wow. Oh, my hips. Oh, my hips hurt so much. Oh! I need just like a little like squatting stool. Like they make little like rolling stools for like when you're gardening. I need one of those. And I think it would help a lot. Hell yeah, Emma. Okay, I have to water this slowly because all of the water wants to escape. And I really just need it to settle around the roots. So I was saying that the clear pots are better because you can see like the moisture level. I don't know if it's going to show up well on camera, but you guys might be able to see what I mean. Like you can see the water running down the soil right now. So that's just going to be a lot more helpful in keeping an eye on this one and keeping it properly like hydrated. I am doing okay. I was just saying I'm a little bit sore from sitting on the floor working on this for the last, how long have we been live? The last almost 3 hours. But we're making our way through it. This is stuff that I needed to get done, so it's not like I really had a choice in the matter. I had kind of wanted to replant everything in a clear pot today, but that didn't happen. And I don't feel like going back through the plants that we've already touched and replanting them. So I think for right now, anything that like was doing well should keep doing well. If it's something that seemed like it was struggling, it's in a clear pot now, so. Yes and no. The light really only becomes an issue if you have like frequent issues with overwatering. Also, like, for most of my plants, they're not, like, heavily exposed to the light. So, there's a couple of different ways to get around that. So, like, if you have a clear pot, you can put it inside of a larger opaque pot, obviously. And then the clear pot is just, it exists for the sake of being able to see what's going on with your plant. You do run the risk of like root burn from the sun if you have your plants in an area that's too exposed to the sun. That's not an issue that I currently have. There's no spot inside my house that is going to like get that heavy of sun exposure. Exactly, Axel. But yeah, no, you can deal with issues like algae growth and stuff in clear pots. If you're keeping an eye on it, though, realistically, it's not something like I'm somebody who is checking in on my plants daily. So in instances like with the stroment that we repotted earlier, that most of the roots were rotted out, a clear plant would have been more beneficial, or a clear pot rather, in the long run, than sticking with the opaque. All right, chat. Pick a number between 1 and 5. Pick a good one. Pick one that I can maybe finish in the next, like, 5 minutes. 2, 3, 2.5. Alright. 1. 2. Okay, somebody that's not Axel. 3. We got 2 for 3, so we'll go 3. Alright. 1, 2, 3. That actually is a relatively easy plant. So, this is an aluminum plant. This one is actually towards the end of its life. It flowered recently, and with a lot of plants, flowering can be a signal of the end of life. Not all plants, but a good chunk of them. So I'm sort of just, this plant is in hospice right now, is essentially what I'm getting at. I got it like a year ago at a plant sale at the local community college. Just pulling off some of the dried out leaves here. It's an aluminum plant. What is the scientific name? It doesn't have a scientific name. It's a Pelia. It's used pretty commonly in like landscaping. I think it's native to China. Yeah, it's really cool. The horticultural program like sets everything up for the year. And plants are like $3, so it is incredibly dangerous for me to go on the first day when there's actually like plants in stock. The soil is very moist because I just watered this yesterday. That's another dead leaf. Let's just pull that off. This one, I never repotted. I never gave it different soil. I'm probably going to go ahead and do that today. Because why not? I'm just removing this very wet soil that is currently surrounding it. It definitely, this is a plant that, it's one of those that is good for beginners in the sense that it can take a lot of abuse. Like I've gone a full month without watering this before, and it turned out fine. This also might have a demonstration of what I was talking about earlier. Maybe, maybe not. This might just be really dense roots. Okay. I thought that this was going to have a root plug, but the roots are just really, really densely packed all up at the top. You can see it's another one that doesn't have like hefty roots. Like there's a lot of dirt sticking to them, but overall, it doesn't have meaty roots. There's a picture on my Twitter from last August, from when I was repotting my Monstera, and that has some beefy roots. But I think that's one of my favorite things about plants is literally like getting into the roots and seeing what the different ones look like. Because like it says a lot about the area that it came from, right? Like if there's thin roots, it means that the soil is probably a bit denser, but also still capable of like just roots sneaking through things. Whereas like big roots, it's gonna be really loose, like loomy soil. I will drink water when my hands are not covered in dirt. Okay, that's probably enough for now. So that's where we're at with this. Just pulled off some of the old soil because it was a really, really high moisture retaining soil that it was in. And I'm just gonna give it some of this other soil mix that I have that's a little bit airier. And this will also fertilize it at the same time. I just mostly did not dump the soil in the pot. It's definitely next to the pot. It's cool. I didn't want to put the soil in the pot anyways. Why would I want that? Who wants to put the potting soil in the pot? Not me. Alright. My hands are extra covered in dirt now. Smack the pot around a little bit. But yeah, this is a plant that since I got it, I haven't been able to understand why I picked it up when I did. It's not a plant that I really love. It doesn't really do much for me looking at it. When it bloomed, when it gave me flowers, I was like, okay, I get this plant now. I love this plant. I would die for this plant. But prior to that, it doesn't really do much for me. But it is an easy, low maintenance plant. It might be the kind of thing that you're into. Yeah, I don't know. It's an aluminum plant. Check it out if you want to. But that one was a nice, quick, and easy repot. And I don't think I'm going to water that. It seems to be, the soil is pretty moist. Okay, cool. So, that said, we are going to take a little bit of a break. I'm going to do a tiny reset, and then we will come back and do more plants and stuff. I will drink water. Look at these. Look at these hands. They're covered in dirt. I'm going to wash them off, and then I'm going to drink water. But yeah, so we're going to do that. Real quick reset, and then we will be back. Oh, it's extra minerals. My soil mix specifically says do not ingest, so you know I would rather not. All right, I'm gonna give you guys a little bit extra music volume. Is the music even playing? Music, what are you doing? Has the music stopped? Did the music stop a while ago? Have you guys not had music? Hold on. We're gonna fix it. Let's see. What's a good one? Alright, you guys got music. We'll be back. Alright, we're back. Hello, 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 hello. I mean, I feel like you can freeze cupcakes, right? Like, also, we're gonna just adjust this a little bit. That should be okay. Like, I feel like cupcakes freeze and reheat though. Oh, jeez. Okay. Chat. 1 through 4. What do we want? 2? Alright. The twos have it. That was real quick. Alright. This is a Hoya Hindu rope. I forget the scientific name, but it's a Hoya Hindu rope. I had wanted one of these for a while, and then I saw it at my garden center for like $5. Yeah, that's the gist of it. I haven't given it new soil yet. So that's the basics of today's repot of this one, is that it needs new soil. It's in whatever it was in the nursery, which a lot of times is not the best soil for a plant. In the long term. A lot of times, the soil is just a bit too... What's the word I'm looking for? Too moisture retaining? Because they're sort of expecting it to go to like a big box store or something and not get the kind of care that is expected of it. Alright, what do we got going on here? We've got 3 separate plants. I think 3 separate plants. We have a 1, a 2, and a 3. So the Hoya Hindu rope are interesting because, like, each of these is an individual leaf, right? Their leaves just, like, sort of fold up like that. They're neat. They're a sort of unique plant. They're also relatively slow growers. So, like, I've had this one for a couple of months, and it hasn't done much for me, so I'm hoping that maybe giving it different soil will make it a little bit happier. A little bit of fertilizer might help get the nutrients that it needs to grow. Hoyas, just in general, they're slow growers. It's why I don't have many Hoyas in my collection, even though I love the look of them. I need that, like, that dopamine hit. Hi, Zaps! The soil smelled a little bit off, so I'm just double checking that there's not any signs of rot. It looks pretty okay. Like, that's a well-established root system. It's not showing any signs of issues. So, unless these other ones show any problematic signs, it should be fine. But yeah, these are, I think that they're actually a trailing plant, but they're generally grown as a trailing plant. So, like, this will go into a hanging planter for me and grow by my skylight. And I'm hoping that eventually, one day, it grows enough that, like, it's got nice little, like, ropes hanging over the side of the pot. Because I think that would be a neat I think what's so interesting to me about these is that, like, we have roots basically all the way up to that bottom leaf. I feel like typically with plants you have a little bit of spacing. But these are just like all up-ons. These are also relatively easy to propagate, so if I wanted to, even now, I could just like chop this in half and make more Hoyas. Just doing a quick check because of the way that these fold, they are super susceptible to pests. Like, I think this damaged leaf is just damaged. I don't think that's pest damage. Those little critters can hide in little taco leaves. Also, all of these roots look fine. So I think overall, this plant is fine. So a lot of buildup. That's maybe an old fungal infection. So I don't know if you're going to be able to see inside of this leaf here. It's a little discolored. That looks like the sign of an old fungal infection. But again, everything looks pretty decent, so I'm not too concerned about it. A lot of things happen to plants while they're in the nursery. As long as I'm not the one causing the issues, everything is fine. Okay, so we're just gonna push that soil off to the other side. There was a lot of sand in this soil, which isn't bad for a Hoya. I do think I'm going to do a bit of a custom split on this. So this already has like orchid bark and stuff in it. So I don't need to add the orchid mix in, but I think I'm going to add some charcoal just to aerate it a little bit more for the sake of the Hoya. Probably not like 50-50. I might do like 2 parts soil to 1 part charcoal to 1 part perlite. That feels like it'll be a good blend for it. Ugh. My hair doesn't want to stay out of my face. It's like I have bangs. I mean, there's already a good amount of perlite in the soil too. So maybe just the charcoal. I don't know. Yeah, we're just gonna go with the charcoal. Like I said, I have a tendency to go with mixes that are going to dry out faster, just because I don't mind watering more. And overwatering kills more. Like, it's not even overwatering. Here's the thing, is that you can't exactly overwater a plant. Because applying more water to a plant introduces oxygen to the roots. Actually, if you watered your plant every single day, as long as it was properly draining, it would potentially be helpful to the plant. The problem is when you don't have proper drainage. God, I love the sound of charcoal. When you don't have proper drainage and the plants are just sitting in the same water. They're not getting fresh oxygen to the roots. And that is inevitably what causes root rot, causes a higher rate like occurrence of fungal infections. Just overall makes for a bad time for the plants. So yeah, I don't know where I was going with that, but just get soil that drains better. It's the moral of the story. And you can water your plants every single day if you want to. I probably still wouldn't suggest it, but you could if you want to. Okay, the nice thing about these is that I can just like hook a leaf on the side of the pot and it'll just hold itself there while I pour the dirt in. Except that I do not want these sitting that far out on the side of the pot. But this does give me a decent idea of how deep they're gonna go. So let's just start piling that dirt in. Okay. Get that settled. And Hoyas are very, very similar to succulents in that, in general, you don't need to water them very often. With most plants in general, you don't have to water them very often. You just have to pay attention. Really, the leaves. Once you learn how to read like the leaves on leaves, not leaves. Once you learn how to read the leaves on a plant, you're set. Like, you're never going to overwater a plant once you understand what the leaves are telling you. Alright, I think... Oh, no, let's get this filled. Under that leaf. Get under this leaf. All right. And that is our Hindu rope repotted. That is easy peasy. Use a little bit more soil right in the center. Alright, now I'm going to give it just a little bit of water. Actually, I'm not. I changed my mind. The leaves feel good. I'll water this in a few days once it's settled in, and it should be fine. Okay, ta-da! Another plant done. All right. I'm picking this next one because I just want to get this out of the way. So this is not a xanthosoma. It was recently reclassified. It's a mini elephant ear. I bought this from Costco and it immediately started dying. When I pull this out, I can show you. So this is potted, I want to say, in just 100% pure cocoa husk. So like coconut husk. It's fucking awful for the plant. It just holds water and holds water and holds water. I am shocked that the roots of this are not entirely rotted out. Cocoa coir is great for adding in to supplement for plants, but planting a plant just in that is just, it's basically starting the death march for the plant. We are definitely losing a handful of, not a handful, like a few. We're losing a few little roots here and there. I'm going to pull that stake out. It might have gotten reclassified to a philodendron. I don't remember. You can also see there's signs on the stems here of hard water, which is not a problem that came from me. I only use very specifically filtered water for my plants because they're little babies. And also because the water here sucks. So it's it definitely didn't have the easiest start in life, but we're gonna give it a better place to live, I think. So this is all that we have in terms of roots, right? Which, compared to this pot, I don't know. I think I might downsize it. Because again, the more space that you have in a pot, means the more soil, which increases the chance of rot. Because there's so much water in the soil that the plant doesn't need, right? So I think I'm gonna downsize it. Bolt is sleeping outside in the dirt. That is what Bolt is doing. Like, that's a little too small, but I have 5-inch pots in here too. So let's grab one of those. Let's go. Alright, well, that was a step in the right direction. I don't need 2 pots! Just give me 1! There we go. Okay. Now we're good. Worked my nails a little bit. So, it's not a huge downsize, but I think it'll be enough to make a difference. You can see it's only like 1 inch smaller. It's maybe not even necessary. I'm really questioning the decision, but like that feels like a good amount of space for these roots. I'm also going to trim up the leaves. I'm not somebody that cares about the aesthetics of a plant, but I do find it helpful to trim up leaves on a plant that are damaged, because then it just gives you a chance to hi Yoshi! It gives you a chance to see if the problem is worsening, you know? So I'm just gonna use some of the mix that I had made for the Hoya, and then I'm gonna take the soil, come out of the bag please, soil, thank you. I'm gonna take some of the charcoal, and then I'm gonna take some of this, which is vermiculite, which is, I don't know how to explain it. It's like earthworm castings, I think is another word for it. Yeah, we're having a little plant stream. Because it's the first day of spring, so it's time to repot some plants. But yeah, it's basically, it's a little supplement. It's kind of a mess, but it's fine. So it looks like that. If it was a pot stream, it would be a going to the hospital stream. Polar cannot do the pots. Alright. Just mixing this soil together a bit. And then we're gonna start potting this up. It is not spring, you're not wrong. But we can pretend. Last week it was spring. So, you know, there's hope. It's a Midwest spring. We get snow into May sometimes, you know? Just getting this little plant all settled into its new bed. It did look like this was starting to put off another shoot, so we might have a baby plant soon. There is a chance of it. Which would be kind of exciting. Because if this one dies, I'll have a backup. Doesn't seem very stable. I don't know why. I mean, that's maybe a good sign. Like I said, the soil will compact. A few of these I'm gonna have to add more soil into in like a week. But with how airy I tend to leave the soil, it's gonna be looser. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna trim up these leaves. Like I said, I just want to keep an eye on if the issue is getting any worse. So what did I do with these? Gonna sanitize my scissors again. I thought I just heard something move. I don't know what it was. Okay. Scissors have been cleaned. Now we start surgery. This one, I can just rip the dead leaf off. Why are you tipping over? What is your problem? This plant just doesn't want to be alive. Okay, we're just gonna give it a little aesthetic trim. Boop. Alright, I'm gonna put these in the garbage pile over here. To cut off like half of this leaf. Alright. Okay, alright. I'm hoping that, you know, giving it some fresh soil, giving it some nutrients that it needs, it'll at least pop out some new leaves. So that I can get rid of the dead ones. Costco has a lot of really cool plants for really cheap prices, but they are cheap for a reason. They require a lot of work to get to a point that shape. I have a bird of paradise that's over in the corner. That 3 years later, I finally have it like stable. That I bought from Costco. Okay, so there we are. We have trimmed her up, so there's no more dead bits on the leaves. She's a little sad looking. I still don't know why she keeps dropping over. I'm just trying to stabilize her a bit more with the soil. I'm gonna give her a quick drink. Just because I think she's due for one anyways. And again, it'll help the soil settle and top her off if need be. Dumping some soil on this side to just try and get her to stand up. Okay. Alright. You can sit to the side for now. You are watered. Alright. Chat. Pick a number between 1 and 3. 2? Okay. This is a polka dot plant. Look at this little guy. Look how cute he is. This is actually, I think, like 3 or 4 plants. I literally just picked this up like a week ago. It is a hypostis. Hypostis, I think is how you pronounce that. I guarantee it needs a repot. Look at all of those little roots. I'm just breaking up the soil. Seeing what we're working with. I'm just trying to take this very delicately because the roots are very, very delicate. It's another one of those where it doesn't go heavy to the root party. It kind of is a little compacted. Also, there's a lot of conflicting feelings on whether or not you should like fully remove all the dirt from a plant when you repot it and, you know, bother its root system. I haven't run into any issues personally. Well, shit, I didn't realize that we were still in 2008, Axel. I always clear out all the old dirt when I am repotting a plant, just because. Alright, so we have one plant that broke off here from the rest. Their roots are so heavily entangled, I think I'm gonna have to plant everything together though. Oh, maybe not. Maybe we're getting some separation. We've got something going on here. We've got something going on here. It's party. It's a little root party. Welcome back, Emma! Alright. Come on, little guys. I believe in you. You can do it. Look at how insanely tiny these these roots are. They feel so nice. Like, again, I don't know how to explain, like, how nice these roots feel, but they feel nice. Come on. Come on. You can separate from each other. I believe in you. I mean, I'm probably going to pop them all in the same pot anyways. I just want to make sure that they're all individually healthy. So I'm just shaking to try and loosen up the roots, separate them from each other. Because this is at least 4 different tiny plants. Maybe more. Alright, we're getting some progress happening with the roots. We're getting them apart. We're doing the thing. Okay, we definitely just pulled out some roots. It's fine. Root trimming is a thing, and with how long some of these are, it's not a bad thing to break some of them. Hi, Greg. What? My hands are covered in dirt. What do you need? That's fine. Do you think? Alright. Greg, I see you sent me another message. I can't. My fingers are covered in dirt. I don't want dirt all over my phone. Yes, it was a yes. Chat, tell him it was a yes. Got a few of those. We're making progress. Okay. Alright. I don't know. Yeah, these are 2 separate ones. Okay, hold on. We're not done. I thought we were done, but we're not done. We're getting there. Okay. So, these are what the little guys look like individually. They got, the roots are really cute. I can't explain how cute the roots are. I don't know, Emma. It feels like Wednesday at least, if not Thursday. It does not feel like a Tuesday. So, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We've got 8 different plants here. Here's my question, chat. Do I repot them all back together? Or do I separate them by color? How many do I have of each color? Hold on. We've got one white, one pink guy. That's like a dark red, that's not pink. One pink guy. Two pink guy. Three pink guy. Four pink guy. Two white. Five pink guy, two red, two white. So like those don't really like split up well. I could do a red, white, and a pink, and then a red, white, and a pink, and then a couple of pink. It would be uneven if I did it by color. We might just pop them all back together. But how do I want to display them? Do we do all pink in the center and then a white, and a red, and a red? I think that's what we do. I've made my plan. Okay. So we've got this pink one that's a lighter pink than all the other pinks. And then these pinks are slightly darker. So I'm gonna surround this light pink. I'm doing this like I actually have the pot ready to pot them in. I don't. It's sort of proof of concept right now. Okay. And then another dark pink over here. And then another dark pink on this side. Right, where's my lightest pink? It needs to be in the center. Okay, and then we do a white and a white and a red right here. And that was both the reds. Come here, red. And a red. So, once it's in the pot, it looks something like that. It's gonna be a cute little bouquet. Yes, Vlad? What do you need? Also, I feel like an Animal Crossing character every single time that I show you guys something. I didn't dye my hair. I just cut off the colored bits. I did it on Saturday. So yesterday would have been the only day you would have seen it. And you weren't here yesterday? I think, if I remember correctly. But yeah, no, this is just, this is the outgrowth. This isn't even my natural hair color yet. This is just like the black that was used for the shadow roots. My natural hair color goes to like about there, but I'm sure you can't see it with the quality of this webcam. That's fair, yeah. All right, so time to make a soil mix for these. Because these guys have such thin roots, I'm gonna go with the perlite, the vermiculite, vermiculite. I was right the first time. And the regular soil. Oof. I'm sorry it's going so rough, lad. So we're gonna do 2 parts soil, which does already have perlite in it, but I'm gonna add a little bit more just to make this a bit looser for those roots. Where are you? I heard the dog. I thought he was outside. Apparently he's not. Hi, Nira! We are planting. We've been planting for 3 hours now? Where are we? What time is it? For almost 4 hours now. Glad to be rich. Yeah, you have missed a chunk of planting time, but we've still got more to go. I'm currently mixing up a soil mix for my little polka dot plant. Where did that perlite go? There it is. I found it. That's all good. There is a VOD if you want to learn about plants, because I have been giving like some information about plants as we go. But also we still have a bunch of plants to take care of, so you still got a bit. We're gonna be here at least another hour. Alright. Mixing up this soil. Okay. I know that polka dot plants like to be a little bit, they like their soil a bit moister, but I don't want to chance it. Oh, I've said it multiple times this stream, but my biggest note is, get soil that doesn't hold on to water as well. You can never kill a plant if the soil dries out real quick. You might have to water it more often, but it's not gonna die. Probably, as long as you keep an eye on the leaves. Alright, so what we are doing is we've got these polka dot plants. We are putting them in an arrangement and then plopping them in the pot. So we want a red one there. We need another pink one right here. And the white one that's already next to it. Look at that. They just want to come with us. Okay. White one there. Then another pink one. But yeah, I've got 30 plants, mostly tropicals. We've gone through, I don't know how many so far today. I want you in the center. Stay in the center. Pink. Nira, thank you for that 3 months of subbage and also for that gifted sub. I appreciate it. Chat, thank you for throwing those shoes. You all are great. Everybody here is amazing. Thank you for hanging out with me while I go crazy planting plants. I would suggest watching the VOD if you want to see my rapid descent into madness as I worked on replanting one of my plants. Definitely lost it a little bit. It's fine though. Alright, let's get the dirt in the pot, not on the floor. I mean, nothing's getting on the floor. I have a planting mat. That is my other tip. If you have plants, get a mat that you can do all of your potting stuff on. It just makes life so much easier. Every time that we've taken a break, I've just stepped outside and dumped all of the dirt just on the ground. Trying to get under all of the little tiny itty bitty leaves. Okay, let me bring it over this side. dirt. Alright, I think I am satisfied with this. Something happened. Why are these out of order? I was satisfied with it, and then I noticed that I put them in the wrong order. It's fine, they still look cute. There we go! Polka dot plant! Can you guys see that? You guys can't see that. Look at that. Polka dot plant. So for watering, I just have like a little plastic bowl that I water over, and I have a tendency to let my plants just like sit in that for like half an hour. It's not exactly bottom watering, but it's kind of bottom watering. Hi Tut, how are you? It just basically lets the bits that I have in the soil, so like I use like orchid bark and sphagnum moss and stuff to retain water a little bit without making things like damp. And by letting it soak, it just lets those little components soak up the water a bit better rather than just top watering. Why did you move? Stop that. Okay, alright. This one's all good. Good little plant. Alright. I just looked over and saw what we have left. Okay. So, setting that guy over there. There's one that I am definitely putting off right now. Because I just don't want to deal with it. This is it's a string of turtles or string of hearts. It depends. Like I think this one is a string of hearts because it doesn't have the turtle markings. It's cute. It's a little fun fact about these, and part of what we are going to be doing with this specifically. String of things. So string of hearts, string of pearls, string of turtles, string of bananas. It's actually a plant. I'm not just making shit up. They are not trailing plants. Everybody grows them as trailing plants. They are actually crawling plants. Much like how earlier I showed you guys the pothos, which is technically a climbing plant. These are meant to grow along the ground. They're crawling plants. They're meant to crawl along the dirt. So, you're going to have a better time with your string of things if you let it grow along the dirt first. So that's what we're going to set up. It's also going to make sure that you don't have a bald-headed plant. This is another one that I got from the plant sale that I mentioned at the college near me. I never repotted it. It's just I've had it for a year. And it's been doing okay, but it could definitely be growing faster. It could be thriving more. So I'm just getting rid of the old soil right now. And then we're gonna assess where we're at with it. I have already done a chop and prop on this before. So basically, with most string of things, not even just the string of hearts, you can just chop it somewhere along the line and stick that in soil and it'll grow. Hi, Mommy Queen! So, when you, oh no, that stuck to a wood chip. Well, that wood chip is just going with it now. So basically, I could chop it like right here, right now. And as long as there are nodes where there's leaves coming out, it'll root and continue to grow. So that is how you propagate your string of things. We have a bunch here. So we're just gonna take and find all of these little guys. You can see, so the one that I just showed you was one that I propagated myself. This is one that was propagated from a rhizome. So you can see this little ball right here. It's similar, if you were here earlier, you might not be able to see the little ball. I don't know, my camera's capturing. There's a little ball at the bottom. It's similar to the ZZ plant that we were looking at earlier. It's basically, it holds water there. It also grows from that spot. You'll see them sometimes pop up on the stem, like the stem part of the plant. When you see those, you can literally just chop it there and stick it in dirt and it'll grow. So that's another one that, those were probably the ones that were originally in the pot when I got this. We got a big one right there. So this was probably the main plant in the pot when I first got this plant. So we're just taking and getting rid of some of the old dirt. You do want, oh, there's 2 of them there. Okay, good to know. You do want to replant your anything. Any plant you want to replant every like 2-ish years. Even if you fertilize the soil is just not going to be in a condition that like is going to support the plant. But yeah, that's its little rhizome. That's what it grew out of. So we have, it looks like maybe 5 separate plants here. I'm trying to get them separated. That's really the biggest issue with any string of things, is that they just get tangled so easily. Also, what looked like the Little Mermaid's lingerie? What are you talking about, Vlad? That's another one. This is one that has a tiny little baby rhizome. This is, looks like one that I might have planted, because I just see roots, I don't see a rhizome. These 2 are tangled up together. Yeah, this is definitely one that I just stuck in the soil. You can see it doesn't have a little ball or anything. It's just a root. I didn't do anything special with those. Literally just plop right in the soil and they grew. The seaweed with shells. Okay. So, we've got all of those separated. We are at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 individual plants. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna plop the roots back in the dirt. We're gonna put dirt in the pot first, obviously. But we're gonna pop the roots back in the dirt, and then we're gonna pin down the vines. Because I want it to root into the soil. Because that's what's gonna keep it happy. I'm just using up the rest of the soil mix that I made for the polka dot plant. And then up at the top, I'm probably gonna add a little bit more. These have pretty fine roots, so I'm probably gonna add some perlite to the mix just to create sort of a rocky craggle environment for them to grow into. Alright. Let's see, I need dirt. And just like a handful of perlite. Alright. Now comes the complicated part. Because trying to place 8 individual tiny plants into soil. It's just a pain in the ass. Alright. I think I'm gonna start from the outside and work my way in. It's probably gonna be the smartest because then I can keep the vines out of the way while I'm planting the other ones. I said that I have 8, I think, so I'm gonna save the ones with the big rhizomes for the center. And then these little guys with the smaller roots will go along the outside. I wish that I had like an overhead cam for you guys, so that you could see what I was doing while I was planting. But as it is, we're already just working with a webcam because my handy cam wasn't working this morning. So this one has deep roots, so we're just gonna plant it a little bit further down in there. Even further than I was. Okay. Cool. Great. Super. This little guy can go over here. Right, and then another little guy. There's so many little guys. They're just so small. It's gonna get planted right in there. And the thing with string of hearts, because it's a crawling plant, you don't want to bury it too deep. It's not supposed to be like a deeply rooted plant. It's relatively surface level for everything, so like I'd say like a max of 1 inch down into the dirt. Okay, so we've got our big boy here, which I'm gonna just go ahead. I need the roots to actually go in the hole. And then I'm gonna put the other big rhizome one right next to it. Again, I need the roots in the hole. Okay. Adding a little bit of soil on top just to stabilize all of these. Alright, so this is what we've got now. This would be acceptable. It would be fine. Like, it would grow like this, but we don't want bulb plants here. So I'm gonna grab these bobby pins. Typically I would use hairpins. I kept forgetting to get hairpins, so yeah. we don't have them. I'm sorry, you have to finish work first, Flo. But Stardew will be there when you finish. And we're just gonna spread them out a little bit like that. And then we're gonna take and just pin this down to the soil. And what this is gonna do is it'll create roots along the vine that sort of secure it into the soil. Bulb plants are not, no. So that the plant is getting more nutrients just all along the vines. And what that does is it's going to make for healthier growth, it's going to make for bigger growth. And it means that once I let the vines start spilling over the side of the pot, they'll just be a lot denser and less likely to like die off as they get longer because they have more of a chance to get nutrients along the top of the vine. It's a very tedious process, though. You could also technically just like wind the vines around and cover them in dirt. That's called soil layering. I'm doing that to a certain extent. I find pinning them just, you know, it just helps keep them in place a little bit more. And there doesn't have to be any specific rhyme or reason for this. It's just filling out the space as best you can with your vines. It's much like Bob Ross and his happy little trees, you know, you're making some happy little plants. Bob pin. I'm gonna go through so many in this project. Exactly. I'm also trying to be very careful not to like hit the rhizome with the bobby pin as I'm putting it in the dirt. Did I forget you? I apparently forgot one of them, but now it's in the dirt. It's fine. Everything's fine. I feel like a lot of the problem that people have with plants is that it's one extreme or the other. You either have people that are just touching them too much or touching them too little. And there is a happy medium. Like, I only repot my plants once a year. I don't even repot them once a year. Like, I repot them every 2 years, but I check them, like, every year. To make sure that the roots and everything are okay, because you do occasionally get issues with root rot, even in perfect conditions. Which we've already covered today, and are going to cover again, because I have another plant that needs to be addressed. I'm going ahead and just looping some of these vines over each other. It doesn't really make a difference. They'll be fine growing on top of each other. That's my Alani. It's an energy drink. It's delicious. If you see me drinking an energy drink on stream, it is those. Alani, if you want to sponsor your girl, I'd be totally down. And by sponsor, I mean just send me some Alani. I don't need money. I just I mean, it's very pink. The aesthetic isn't what I drink it for, you know? I drink it because it's delicious. And it doesn't make me sick like other energy drinks do. Pink and teal were the house colors of the sorority that I almost joined in college. Fun fact. Not pink and teal, it was pink and green. I lied. This is why I wasn't allowed in the sorority. That's actually not true. They actually really wanted me to join. I just didn't want to spend money on dues. Yeah, it's 500 years ago. because you have to pay a lot of money to be in a sorority. And you know who did not have money in college or now? It's your girl. Okay. I'm just trying to figure out the best placement for some of these. Because we're getting a little bit crowded. Exactly, Vlad. What's gonna be a pain is when I have to find all of these bobby pins again. Like when I replant this somewhere down the road, these bobby pins are going to be absolute hell. But it's fine. Everything's good. Stop it. Stay where I put you. I'll put you right here. Bobby pin isn't bending in the way that I want it to. There we go. But yeah, for anybody who is looking to get into plants and is looking for something that's going to be easier to handle and not die, I talked about it earlier in the stream, but I definitely suggest the ZZ plant. I had mine earlier in the stream. I don't think they're killable. They're definitely killable. You can definitely overwater them. Also, my internet is dying. That's fun. I love that for us. I love looking up and seeing red square. Maybe not looking up and seeing red square. Okay. How bad is internet, chat? Can you even hear me? Is it just buffering? It looks like we're dropping a bunch of frames. I want to show you guys this plant, but I'm going to wait until I know that you can see anything. Did you just hear that my internet is bad? Is that what explains a lot, Axel? Oh, my internet's back. Look at that. Okay, so this is the finished product. So that's all pinned down. That'll all root into the soil, and eventually, this one I left loose over the edge. It'll end up trailing. But yeah. That's, that is our string of hearts. On that note, we're gonna take a quick reset break. Yeah, you guys were so behind. We're gonna take a quick reset break, let you guys catch up to stream. And then we'll probably, we don't have that many more plants to do. So we should be able to finish up probably when we get back. We will see. But yeah, I'm gonna get you guys all set up for this break, and then we will be back. How's the music, chat? Are you guys feeling this? Oh my god, my hips are so painful. Alright, the music seems fine. I'll drink water. Alright, we're back. Hello. This needs to be a thing. Alright, so we are in the final stretch. Here's what we've got going on now. I have to drink water, for one. Thank you, Snakes. I have this, which was a birthday present that Chris's mom got from one of her students. It's not doing great. She asked me to repot it. I'm gonna do that and try and give it some hope. Both of these are succulents. I know this is an Echeveria. This one right here is an Echeveria. I don't remember what these are called. I do know that this guy is not in great shape. There's also an Echeveria in here that I'm pretty sure is dead. So we're gonna pull this out. She asked us to use the same pot. I'm gonna separate these because they have different needs. So I don't want them in the same pot, but she wanted at least one of them to go in the same one. So we're gonna do our best here, chat. This one is more of a rescue mission than anything. This is rock solid. This is the absolute worst soil that they could have put a succulent in. I don't know what is happening here, but there's no way that it was growing roots in this. I think that this might be coconut husk. There is a chance of it. So I think what we're going to do is I'm just gonna wet this a little bit. It is entirely hydrophobic. Yeah, this one's rough. I don't want to damage the plants inside. I do not react to YouTube videos, no. Hi, Escanor. Yeah, this is the worst. This makes me sad when I see things like this, because like there's no reason that this kind of plant should ever be planted in this kind of soil. I think I found a root, maybe, or it's a stick. I'm not sure. It is pointy. And this is why I have a problem with the plant market in general. Because, like, this was sold as a gift. Realistically, these three plants have somewhat different needs in terms of care, but they could have survived together. They're all succulents. I'm keeping this leaf because I can make another plant from it. Yeah, I was not expecting them to stick around when I did not react to YouTube videos. But like we can see here, like that's just solid. I pressed it a little too hard. But there's no roots. They literally, this entire thing was doomed to die. I'm pulling off these bottom few. leaves that are dead. Like, this is what was sold. And, like, people buy stuff like this and then think that they're bad. Yeah, I'll get right on that. People think that they're bad at taking care of plants, when really it's just that the companies that are selling you the plants are shit at taking care of the plants. Yeah, that's that. That's my take on that. Let's try and get this guy unearthed. I'm willing to bet this also doesn't really have roots. And, like, I feel bad, because, like, this was a gift to Kristen's mom. She works, she's a teacher's aide in the, special ed classroom. And so, like, the kids that she works with, like, it means a lot what she's doing. And, like, it means a lot to her that she gets these gifts. And then for them to just die because someone was an asshole somewhere and decided that they were going to sell something that had no chance of survival is fucking bullshit. It's fucking bullshit, chat. Roots are a thing that this plant does not have. Just putting some water in a bowl so that I can soften this up a bit and not damage the few roots that this one does have. That did not work because this material is so shit. Ugh. I'm angry! I'm angry at capitalism, chat. It's dumb. It shouldn't be a thing. Big Angie. Polar G1 Mwad. Let's see. Oh, is it out tomorrow? This one has some roots, so that's a start. We got these guys. It's doing something. Hell yeah! I am excited, but not. The X-Men cartoon was such like a huge part of my childhood. That I'm just very hesitant that they're gonna do a good job. And the dirt off the roots so that this thing can grow. I mean, yeah, it's really not saying much. I don't know if we get the Hulu stuff on Disney Plus in America, since, you know, we have Hulu. Like, I feel like for the sake of them making money, they wouldn't give us access to that. Okay. This one has little tiny baby roots. Okay, now I don't think this one's even worth like looking at. It's crispy. The likelihood of this surviving is it's minimal. But I'm gonna go ahead and just set it in some water, see if anything happens before the end of the stream. Yeah, so. It is nice for you guys that you get the Hulu originals. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna plant the Echeveria first, and I'm just trying to decide the best mix for that. I feel like I don't know what to do with this because it's in a lot worse shape than I was expecting. Is what I feel like. I think we're gonna do some soil. Well, that's vermiculite. So we're doing some vermiculite. We're doing some soil. We're gonna do like one soil, one vermiculite, primarily perlite because it's a desert plant. It's not really meant to be growing in soil. I might also throw some charcoal in there, just to like add to the airiness of the soil. So we've got a primarily perlite mix here. It's not going to retain a bunch of water, but that's fine. We don't want the plant to rot out. Okay. All right. I was questioning my choices, but I'm moving forward with it. I believe in myself and my knowledge of plants. I think it'll be fine. So we're going to put the Echeveria back in the original pot that these were in. And we're literally just going to set it on top of the pot because it doesn't have a root system. It should hopefully root. As long as it doesn't die, I'm gonna feel really bad if it dies. Like, I know it's not my fault if it dies. It was in bad conditions for a very long time that were not my fault. I'm gonna feel bad. Alright, so Echeveria potted up. I'm gonna give it just a little bit of water. Not enough to soak it, just enough to give it something. And I'm just gonna have to check on that like every single day. Like I am going to have to be on top of this plant. Now I got these guys. I think Chris's mom is a chronic overwaterer, so I think putting them in a clear pot for now. They really should be in like a terracotta pot would be best for them, but this will at least allow visibility on like how wet or not the soil is. So that should help cut down on any overwatering. Hopefully, maybe not. I need to mix up more soil. What am I doing? This way. Okay. A little bit of this. And by a little bit, I kind of mean a lot of it. Right, a little bit of charcoal. A little bit more charcoal. All right. Basically, next to no soil is really what we're doing with this one. Okay, that's one. That is really want to pack in soil to try and keep these upright. All right, that's the best we're gonna get for right now because they don't have roots to sustain themselves. I think I have some chopsticks. Hi, Pancake! The plants go! Some of them could be doing a little bit better, but overall not too bad. I think I'm gonna get water so that I can water this guy. Okay. Just a little chopstick support goes a long way. Right. I don't have to worry about going through any roots because it doesn't have any. Oh, okay. And then just a little bit of water. Just to settle them in here. Nothing too crazy. All right. We got some drippage happening. But that is plant rescue. Hopefully those survive. No, every year on the first day of spring, I go through all of my plants and like do general maintenance to get them ready for like the growing season. It just happened to fall on a day that I was streaming this year, so we're here. Okay, so what we are doing next is something fun. I have a couple of plants that I've been propagating. So you guys saw these plants earlier in the stream if you were here. Let me put this sign back in the plant for Chris's mom. So you saw the begonia. I was testing different ways to propagate begonia. So this one, you guys can see there's a little plant at the bottom of the stem there, and then there's some plants at the top. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna take those and stick them in soil. So this one's been propagating in water. This is just an old vitamin bottle. And then I have this propagation box that's been sitting all winter. So this just has had some wet sphagnum moss in it. But we've got a bunch of watermelon peperomia and also another begonia in there because I wanted to test the two different ways to see if the begonia going. But we have to plant all of those. So, I mean, maybe it's not fun to you guys, but it's fun to me. Because I've been growing these little guys for a bit now. So what I'm gonna do is actually, I think that this chunky mix that I made for the succulents is actually going to work really well for the seedlings because we don't want to stress them out too much. They haven't been growing in dirt. So we want something nice and light for them as we transition them. So let go. So this is a leaf from my watermelon peperomia that you guys saw earlier. You can literally just cut the leaves in half and it'll grow plants. That's what we're doing right now, is we are going through the plants that we just grew from leaves. Because with peperomia and begonia both, you can just grow them from leaves. It is so easy. I don't know what I'm gonna do with these because I don't need like 5 peperomia, right? It's not a thing I need in my life. I might find like a plant swap or something nearby. Maybe if like any viewers want some plants, we can figure out something. But basically what I'm doing right now is I'm just pulling out these little guys and separating them from the leaf. And then I'm gonna pot them up. I'm probably gonna pot multiple of them in one spot, in one pot, not one spot. Just because they're small right now, they don't need a lot of space to themselves. And then I'll just split them up as they grow. I'm trying to remove any of the moss and stuff that they're growing in. And then after I get these all separated out, I'm just going to put the leaves back in the box that I have and hope for the best. These would not do well in the Midwest. These are tropical plants. They would definitely just die. Like, ignoring the fact that they are probably highly invasive. They would probably just die. Where did you come from? Why don't you have roots? What is happening? Who are you? Where are these? What? Hold on. There's something weird happening in the box. There are sprouts coming from somewhere, but I don't know where that somewhere is. Because they don't appear to be attached to a leaf. They're just kind of there? I don't understand. Well, I have spontaneously produced peperomia. Are you Jesus? Is Jesus a pepperonia? Where did you come from? I don't know. I don't have any idea where it came from. I'm going to put this leaf back. And we're going to cover it up. And I'm going to put this leaf back. And I'm going to cover it up. And I'm going to put this leaf back. And cover it up. And that's that. And we're just going to ignore that was a thing. Because I don't know where they came from. And then we've got this little begonia. You can see it. This one I didn't think it was going to work because like half the leaf rotted out within a week of me putting it in this box. But we have a little baby plant. I'm going to put it back in the box. I don't think it's going to give me another one. But that's okay. I'm also going to put this Echeveria leaf that fell off earlier into this box and see if it grows. Where is my lid? This moss has been wet for literal months. Like, once you start a propagation box, you can just set it and forget it, which is the best. Okay. So yeah, that's our little... I'm trying not to, break it. That's our little begonia. And this is our little peperomia. So I'm going to go ahead and plant... I have 5 peperomia altogether. I think I'm going to plant 3 in one and then 3 in another. Or 2 in another, rather. Not 3. That's not how math works. And then ideally with these, I would have like a humidity dome or something for them. I might just tape another pot to like the top of them. I've thought about doing a terrarium. They are neat. Pepperomium, not pepperoni. So they are close. The fucking roots on this one are insane. Come on, little guy, just get in the dirt. There you go. That's your home now. Let's go ahead and top this with a bit more dirt. I need to mix up more dirt for these. Dirt. And these can be a little bit less chunky, but I'm still going to keep this one pretty chunky. Because these basically just have, like, what are referred to as water roots. They're not anything that's substantial enough to really sustain the plant in dirt. So by making the dirt a little bit lighter, a little bit easier for them to grow in, they're going to stay happy there. Get the dirt all mixed up. I think plant ASMR is definitely my next endeavor. Why would you jump out of the dirt like that? You're just trying to get the soil to settle, you little bitch. here. Little guys. They're so cute. Bitch! I just tipped over the pot as I was putting it back. I'm upset. Alright. Everybody get settled back in. Alright. Okay. Alright. Okay, and then I'll give these a really thorough watering later. I'm gonna let them just settle in for right now. Then I need another pot for the other ones. Okay, and there's just 2 this time. So there's this guy whose roots are pretty far up. What's nice about plants that are easy to propagate is that it takes a little bit of the stress out of taking care of the main plant, because you've always got backups. And it's basically like having the same plant because it came from the plant. So, you know, it's like it's children. You're just keeping generations of plants. Okay. And that is Peperomia propagation 2. And then we gotta get these begonias set up. Which we should have 3 begonias to plant, I think. We've got this little one right at the bottom here. We're just gonna pull off. And then these guys up top here, which I'm just gonna pull the stem like that. It's probably the safest way to do with these. And then I'm gonna go ahead and throw this leaf in my propagation box and see if we get anything else out of it. Just endless begonias. Begonias for days. Begonias for the rest of my life. Let's go ahead and cover that up. Have a little blanket, baby begonia. Alright. Dirt goes into the pot. I have 3 very different begonia situations happening here. So we've got this itty bitty little guy that has a big long water root. So I'm gonna get that as far down into the soil as possible. Okay, tuck you in, you little cutie. Then we've got this guy who doesn't have roots, but it has a little chunk of stem that will theoretically sustain it. If any of them are going to die, it's going to be that one. But fingers crossed that none of them do. And then we got this little guy who is probably in the best position. It's got a root system. It's got a stem. It's a fully fledged plant. All right. And there's our 3 little itty bitty baby begonias. Okay. All right. We're in the final stretch. We're getting there. So, next on the list is this guy. This is a It's not an alocasia tiny dancer. I forget what it's classified as now. But it's a tiny dancer. It's formerly an alocasia tiny dancer. It entirely, all of its roots rotted out. I call it Tony Danza. So you can see it does have a new root coming in right there. So it's not dead yet. It also has this new leaf coming in. It's just, it's not in a good place. I don't think the bottom here is rotted, though I am tempted to just chop it because I'm concerned that it is. I'm concerned that it's still carrying water. Thank you. I actually need it. Like, I'm concerned if I don't chop this bottom part off, that it is going to die faster. So, we're going to grab a thing, wipe down our scissors, chop it. Like, my brain kind of tells me to just leave it alone. But I don't know, man. I know I said earlier that, like, one of the things that, like, the reason people can't handle plants well is that they touch them too much, and I am definitely guilty of that right now. But if I cut under where the new root is coming in, it should be fine. Okay. So, I mean, this gives us good info, right? There's no rot there. So, the plant itself isn't completely rotted out. I am interested if I cut this in half. It's a little questionable at the bottom. It's a little spongy, a little off color. But this probably didn't need to be cut. I'm gonna let that sit for just a few minutes to sort of callus over a bit. Before I put it, I'm just gonna put it in a mix of moss and perlite to let it grow some roots in. Like I said, it should be able to bounce back. It's still fighting. It's putting out roots. It's putting out new leaves. It needs to be in very gentle conditions for a bit. So we're just gonna leave it to be in those conditions. Now, this is literally a shrub. We're changing pace here. So Trader Joe's was selling these things that they were calling grump trees. That they're supposed to be like the Grinch's tree. They're little bendy trees at Christmas time. And I bought it, and I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna keep growing it. And it's just gonna be my Christmas shrub. But it needs a repot. It needs some better soil than what it has right now. So we're gonna do that. I am a little bit worried that I'm going to damage all of its roots because it is very dry right now. What we might do is keep doing what we're doing. I was gonna say I could soak it, but I think it's gonna be okay. But yeah, as long as I keep it pruned, it's just, my internet is dying again. Why does my internet die? Why? Why die, internet? Why you do this to me? Well, I am just trying to plant plants. we still dying? We're still dying. I don't know what you're nodding in regards to. Oh, yeah, internet. Yep. Yes. Internet. Internet be doing the internet. When did the internet start doing the internet is the question. Like, how long have you guys been interneting? Like, can you hear anything? Am I talking to myself right now? Because it doesn't look like it's bouncing back. That looks like it's real bad. Why is it not bouncing back? Why is the internet gotta be like this? Why can't it just let us have nice things? Huh? Why? Still nothing. We're still dead. Still big bad internet. I'm planting a tree though. If you guys ever get to see it, that's what the roots of the tree look like. That's tree roots. I mean, what did you just see? You're not sure how behind this is. I am now responding to that. Question mark years in the future. Oh, we are very behind. just gonna keep working on plants. Because I don't want to step over and end stream while I'm doing this. But you guys are probably having a terrible experience right now. We are still in the red. I also love a good behind Vlad. I mean, who doesn't really? A good behind can turn around your whole day. Totally, 100% something not sus. Alright, let's get this tree in the dirt. This tree lives on top of my computer, by the way. So if you ever see me look up on top of my second monitor, I'm looking at either this tree or the next plant that I'm supposed to work on. Probably planted this a little bit too deep, so we're just gonna keep bapping it to let some soil fall out. That should be fine. Alright. We have a shrub. A shrub-a-dub-dub-dub. Yeah, internet is big deadums. Which is unfortunate because my favorite plant is next. This was gonna be the next plant. It's a Euphorbia trigona variegata, and it's so cool. And I love it. And I got it back in January and haven't repotted it yet, and it definitely needs a repot. But I guess I'm gonna do that off stream. Because we are still in the red. Which sucks. It's big suckums. I have an extra peperomia leaf. I don't know where it came from. I'm just gonna put it in a box with all the other ones. Just gonna go live in there. Still nothing, huh? Still nothing. Still a big ol' nothing. This is still probably too wet for me to plant. A Euphorbia is not a cactus, even though it looks like a cactus. But it definitely does still have spikes. So, as has been the running theme today, don't do what I do. Do not handle your Euphorbia with bare hands. I even specifically have leather gloves for handling cactuses and spiky plants. I don't feel like it. What's curious about this is how deep they planted the body of the cactus. Because it is basically sitting on the bottom of the pot. So like the roots were just laying flat on the bottom of the pot. That's what they look like. And it's a nice little circle because it's just growing on the pot. So yeah, we're just replanting this. Nothing special with this other than it's a really cool plant that is trying to stab me a bunch, but I won't let it. It also has some lesions. Those might be a result of the humidity being too high in here. It also has a bunch of bolt hair all over it. So just clearing some of that off. Yeah. Yeah, no, we're done. There's no hope. I was kind of writing it out because normally it's just an issue for a few minutes, but I think at this point we're just kind of fucked. So yeah, that's cool. That's fine. I'm finishing this last plant before I go and end stream because that requires me stepping over to my computer. Also, I feel like this soil mix is going to be fine for euphorbia. So I'm just going to go ahead and use the same one. I feel like planting it there-ish is going to be good. I don't actually need that much soil. I've just kind of fucked myself by pouring out that much soil. Flo's playing knife, paper, scissors. And she's blue. Okay. And the last bit. Mix it all up. Internet's still dead. Internet isn't even dead. It's just bad. Which I think is arguably worse. I would rather the internet just be dead. Like, just put me out of my misery. But no, instead we just have to suffer. Ow, that spine right in my finger. Alright. And that is the euphorbia that you will see like 5 minutes in the future. That's that. That's all of the plants that I got for today. I've got a few other plants that I just can't bring onto screen. I've got a giant fucking monstera and a giant birth paradise that are just gonna stay in their corners and get some fertilizer. But otherwise, that's it. That's everything. We did it, team. We did it. Comcast did not do it, but we did it. So I'm gonna go ahead and wrap up, I guess. I don't know how far behind you guys are. Oh no, I do know how far behind you guys are. I am now looking at the tree. Yeah, okay, that's rough. Oh! We're in green! The internet's back! The internet is back! Alright, okay. So Snipes, I can answer your question, but I'm gonna wait until you give me a sign that you can hear me. You might need to refresh. You hear me? All right. Yes. Fungus gnats are absolutely a problem. Some of the things that fix that. Having well-draining soil. I will drive this point into the ground, but well-draining soil means that your soil isn't going to stay wet, which means that you're not going to have fungus gnats. Sometimes people gotta poop, Axel, alright? You know, don't judge man's TP purchases. But also, I don't think that I have any here. If your plants are strictly inside and you're not like pouring your water outside from your plants, getting like a bonide systemic pest killer is going to be the easiest way to take them out. It's not great for the environment if you are pouring your water out into your yard or something. It's not good for like the native bugs. But if everything is a relatively closed system within your house, I would strongly suggest it. If you're looking for something a bit more natural, they do sell like nematodes. Fuck, I just realized I have 2 more plants to do. I missed them. Also, chat, if you didn't see, because I don't know how much time traveled, this is a Euphorbia trigona variegata. It has been repotted already, but look at how cool it is. This is one of my favorite plants. But it is not a cactus, it is a succulent. Phone, do not fucking turn off. Hi, Pop-Tart! What was I saying? Oh, yeah, you can get, like, nematodes and other, like, beneficial, like, mites, which sounds awful, like the idea of having, mites just traveling around in your house. But they do take care of the fungus gnats. Also sticky traps. The problem with sticky traps is that they only catch the adults. And really the problem is just it's in the soil. Is there anybody else that I missed here? I don't think so. I think these are my last 2 plants that I have to take care of. Okay. Alright. Home stretch. I don't even know what I'm doing with this one plant, to be honest. That is entirely fair, Pop-Tart. So we've got this guy, which is a philodendron micans. I put it on a moss pole because they are climbing plants, but this one just doesn't want to climb. So I don't really know what to do with it. And then this is a Christmas cactus. It was at Home Depot and looked sad, so I bought it. And it definitely needs different soil than what it currently has, so we're gonna do that. Phone! Please stop turning off. I need to see chat. I cannot see chat from far away. I can only chat from up close. Alright. I just watered this recently, so the soil is very moist, which honestly works in our favor for this guy. I believe that it's 3 different plants, and my belief is being confirmed. I definitely am somebody that if I go into a store and I'm just like, that plant is dying, I need to buy it and fix it. I just end up with plants that I don't even necessarily want. Like, I didn't want a Christmas cactus. I had no real desire to have this plant. But it was sad and dying. And so I got it. This is also more plants than I thought it was. So it's gonna be a little bit of a pain. I'm not gonna try and get all the dirt off because I'm putting it in dirt. It'll be fine. Yeah, no, fungus gnats are a pain in the ass. Also, if like you wanted to get into carnivorous plants, Venus flytraps won't get them, but I can't remember the name of the other one. If I remember, I will let you know. There's a plant that specifically will eat like fungus gnats and smaller plants like that. So much fun. We're almost done. We are so close to the end. We're just dealing with a Christmas cactus right now. And trying to get the terrible, terrible soil it was in off of its roots. And then I am going to, I don't think I'm going to touch my micans. I think I'm just going to let it do its thing. Because it's not dying. I repotted it semi-recently, so I don't want to repot it again. And honestly, my hips hurt like a biatch. So I'd like to not be sitting on the floor, you know? Yeah, rubbing alcohol will not work with fungus gnats. Peroxide sometimes will, like a peroxide water mixture if you do like a third peroxide to 2/3 water. But really, mosquito bits, they're just nematodes. You mix them in water and pour them in the soil. Those will help with fungus gnats too. Rubbing alcohol and peroxide are different things, so I don't know. Maybe not. But it's also, like I said, it's not a consistent thing. Also, yeah, you might need to, with carnivorous plants, sometimes you have to buy them online. A lot of like local places don't sell them because carnivorous plants are a pain in the ass to take care of when you're like a big box store, you know? I mean, with Venus flytraps, you really shouldn't be, they're bog plants, so you should always be keeping them in like a plate of water, not just watering them. That's why they dried out probably. They should never be left dry. That's also part of why stores don't carry them. Because they're just gonna die in a standard like store environment. Just try and clear off some of this old dirt because I don't want to prevent the roots from getting good stuff. Alright. Chat. I'm tired. Like, everything that was done today needed to be done, but man, it's been a long session. My fall plant care is generally a lot easier because I just do it outside on like the picnic table. But spring plant care when it's still cold outside is just, it's a pain in the ass. Yay, I did it! Okay, we're just mixing up some soil for this Christmas cactus. And then we're gonna get it planted, and it's gonna be done and ready. And we are going to be able to call it there. It's also going to be, this Christmas cactus has been struggling since I got it. Like it just dries out so quickly, which for a cactus shouldn't be a thing. Christmas cactuses, I think, are technically succulents, but still shouldn't be a thing for a succulent. So the soil that they had it in just wasn't doing it for it. No problem, snipes. Alright, I definitely mixed up way more soil than I needed. It's fine though, it's cool. Alright, so, Christmas cactus. I didn't bother cleaning that up as much as I could have, but it'll be fine. It's going into soil. Why does this pot seem so much smaller than it was before? Am I losing my mind? Have I just fully lost it? Okay. I need you to stay upright, if that's okay with you, cactus. I'm probably going to set it up the same way that they had it set up, which was like in rows in this pot. I definitely, by next year, am going to probably split this up. And I'll just give people Christmas cactuses as their Christmas presents. I think that's the best part about taking care of plants, right? Is that... Oh, last minute gift? Well, I'm just going to chop off part of one of my plants and make another plant, and that's the gift that I'm giving to the person. Alright, that is planted. Not exactly well. But the job is more or less done. This should be happier now. It's in some nice rocky soil. Alright. Okay. And that is our Christmas cactus, and the internet's dying again! Look at that! Well. Oh, internet's back. That said, we're done here. We're donezo for the day. So, you know, it's been a long one. Thank you for hanging out today, guys. I really appreciate it. I appreciate you keeping me company through all of this. It was a small buffer, but we're good. We're back. Oh jeez. Oh jeez. Oh jeez. Oh geez, that's it. I don't know what I'm saying. I need to do a lot of cleanup and water a few things and take care of a few things. But for now, hi Zoe. We are done with stream. So I appreciate you guys hanging out here today. It's really meant a lot that you have been here with me for nearly 6 hours, just planting plants, because it's a thing that means a lot to me. I really like plants. They've done a lot of good things for my mental health and just general, like, forcing me to be a person. Hi, Chaos! If you missed any of this and you want information about plants, there's a lot of info throughout the VOD, so I would actually suggest checking out the VOD. We went over like 30 different varieties of plants, so there's going to be something for you to learn regardless of your plant knowledge. Probably, maybe, I mean, if you're like a professional horticulturist, you probably won't learn anything, but I appreciate you checking out the VOD anyway. But that said, we are done for the day. So, if you are not already following me on my socials, you did miss plants. I'm sorry, Chaos. Make sure that you check out the socials. Check out the Discord. If you guys want, I'll give you guys updates on the plants that were struggling today. So that you can keep up with their journeys. But yeah, you can check out Discord. You can also check out my other socials, all that. If you want to support me in any way, you can use those links in chat. You can subscribe. You can check out the throne if you want to give me a gift. You can send tips. You can also check out Epidemic. We've got a fun new link there. If you want to check out Epidemic and sign up, I get a discount on my monthly subscription. So I'd appreciate it, you know. But all that said, I love you guys. Thank you so much for hanging out with me today. I hope that you have a fantastic rest of your day, evening, night, whatever time it is for you, and I will see you all tomorrow. Okay, bye!